60 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilomunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share. Dr. Zak A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zak Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also need to be applauded. Zak Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reforms processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taken the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. ZAC, as is well known, has improved on a simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adediji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
For those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, which will not augur well for them when the bad allocation, and then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay, it's so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitated. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So and that is another worry that I have, the issue of trust. What do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Devaluation will not be defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the devaluation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Zach A. Adediji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Suk Enlightenment.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambosali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Eros Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, he
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this by educating their staff. Within this side, let's also learn citizen see something. This is Suk Business Landscape. Hello and welcome to your regular staple. This is Suk Business Landscape and you are watching us live on Suk News Television. So wherever you are and you are catching us, just know that this is Lagos, Nigeria coming to you live. It's a beautiful Friday and I say good morning once again. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. On SBL today, we'll be looking at what is happening with the Naira for Crude initiative. The House of Rep is trying to open up and say, hey, let's see some amount of transparency in that particular policy. And they are saying oversight is not going to be far. We also get to see what's happening with Dangote and Dapman and Nupeng. Then as it concerns we, the everyday people that consume the product, how is this story going to pan out? That's why you need to be part of this particular production. What is happening in India? A lot is happening in the military hardware industry, and they are taking it by the horn. These are issues we will be looking at today and asking ourselves, how can Africa move forward? How can businesses do better? I'm not alone on this table today, so Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome this beautiful Friday, the knight himself, shining armor, I must add. Olumide, good morning.
Good morning, Chooks John Rogers. Good morning, welcome to Suk Business Landscape. It's good to be here.
You're welcome. We're going on a very short break, and once we return, we will hit you with the first story we will talk about. Don't go anywhere.
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it's just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market. Why to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
You're welcome. Now, the House of Representatives, they've pledged transparent oversight of the Naira to crude oil policy. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has assured Nigerians that the Parliament will guarantee transparent and effective oversight of the federal government's Naira for crude oil policy. Now, the initiative designed to exchange Nigeria's crude oil for Naira rather than foreign currency is part of broader economic reforms to stabilize the local currency and secure energy supply. Speaking in Abuja on Wednesday at the inauguration of the ad hoc committee on the implementation oversight of policies, Abbas, represented by the House Minority Leader Kingsley Chinda, described the exercise as a vital step towards strengthening accountability in one of the country's most critical energy sector reforms. He emphasized that Parliament's involvement will ensure effective monitoring and prevent possible abuses. Now, the policy aligns with the government's hope that it is renewed, that particular agenda that we're still working on, which prioritizes reducing inflation, boosting domestic production, and improving Nigeria's trade balance. Lawmakers also highlighted the potential of the initiative to deepen local value addition in the petroleum sector and support long-term economic stability. Now, this has been ongoing. Now, this is the second phase of the Naira for crude policy, and we are all here. Now, let's get to ask ourselves some major questions. Olumide, now this policy came about after majorly Dangote refinery.
Because of Dangote.
Yeah. Now, people say, okay, good, let's look for ways of making things easy for Nigerians first. Then, who is the major producer refining? Dangote. Now, if I say let's export for dollars, if it goes that way, how are we going to be able to stabilize prices for Nigerians? Okay. Government, in its wisdom, went this route. Now, initially, we had a lot of argument about it, if you remember.
Yes.
Those for, those against. Those against. Those for. But now, Dangote, as a refinery and as an entity, is having issues with some marketers,
New Paying and the rest of them.
some associations, and this is rearing its head again. So let's start asking ourselves this question. In this entire equation, are they putting Nigerians, me, you, in the perspective in this argument?
For the Dangote side or the other side, the association? Which one?
For both sides.
Well, I think the second phase is as a result of the success of the first phase. That is why the second phase, that's why we're having a second phase. If this, the first phase were no success, they didn't have any success, we won't have any second phase. So it's as a result of one man saying that, okay, well, I want to make money, then I also want to bring soccer to Nigerians, and that is why this whole thing came out. It was a bit of a success. I would say it's a success. But then again, some people still feel that, okay, like what you guys discussed yesterday on Souk Business Landscape, one of the guests said that, the reason why some of these marketers are complaining is that in the morning, it's been bought for a certain amount, and in the afternoon, it's been bought for another amount. And by the time it gets to depot, how do you expect the person who bought in the morning to meet up with the price in the afternoon? That these are some of the, little things that might cause the rift between Dangote and the New Peng and that man and all that. But basically, I feel that this particular second phase should have been done since. We should have started, I think the legislators, it's like they wait a certain time, or when they see a problem, that's when we now start to bring a solution. We should have started this a whole long time ago. But now they feel that with their hands on deck, there will be proper accountability. No misuse and all that will go, no leakages and all that. Of course, credibility. Because if they are there, they'll be able to monitor checks and balances. They'll be able to see what is actually going on. Then also, what I would also advise at this point is, because if you set up a committee of legislators, you also need economists. You need experts. You need to bring in the civil society. You need to bring a whole lot of people that will actually educate you in the nitty-gritty of this whole thing. This crude for Naira, yes, is a very good policy because for a very long time, it has strained our foreign reserves. People had to go outside, to get, FX and all that. But now, you can now buy with Naira. But the problem now is, what about independent marketers or importers? How do you solve that? Because whether we like, that's the reason why some people are fighting Dangote. Let's be frank about it. It's because some people are still going out to import, and they feel Dangote is crippling or messing up things for them. So I think the government has to find a way of making it balanced, because you can't say that you must all buy from Nigeria. You mustn't. Even Dangote himself is importing. So how do we go through that? How do we, find a way to fine-tune that?
Okay. While these are, in the long run, the major people, both those importing and those refining, major refining, these are all still personal businesses. It doesn't matter whether they are quoted, not quoted, public or not public. But now it's profit to entities, business entities.
Yes.
The question still now remains. Now, this particular policy in the first place was not meant for the entities. It was meant to see how the government could stabilize that particular sector, stabilize the Naira, and also see that the people get product at a cheaper price.
Yes.
And that we government say, okay, let's forfeit whatever we will make off FX and supply our people, because that is the first duty of the government. Protect, provide.
Yes. But another question is, can this crude actually go round?
Hold on now. Government is, as of last 2 months, we met our OPEC quota. Now,
beautiful.
Later end of last month, we did not meet that particular quota. But this August, things have gone back better. Now, if we drill more, if we produce more, we can meet any foreign quota for OPEC for selling. If we do way, way more than that, the government is trying to do about 2.6, that's a projection. Now, if we get that done, 1.5, 1.6 goes to OPEC. The remaining, we can now say, okay, locally, let's satisfy them. Because even as we speak right now, the Dangote himself that is still getting the crude for Naira is still important because we are not meeting the demand that the refinery needs.
So what's happening to other oil refineries? We were told...
The question we should now start asking ourselves is, the quota that is going to NNPC, who should account for it?
This Naira for crude is actually a beautiful idea. But until we start to know what comes in and out of NNPC, what is does the finance minister, does he have... that's why we say we need to bring in technology, some sort of way to track what is going in and out of NNPC. NNPC is not really audited. And until it is being audited, at the point it was supposed to be sold, but then again, Falana said, no, you can't sell it. It's Nigerians' property, it belongs to Nigerians. And they said, okay, fine, we're not selling it. But what is still going to happen? If we are going to meet this OPEC quota, what is happening to... Now, I heard there's a committee that's been set up that is going, I think about the Ogoni oil and the rest of it. They are trying to inspect and see where we have oil wells and what is happening and how we can probably revive it. So if they're actually serious about this, like you said, if we drill more, but not just drill more, the existing refineries, what is happening?
Well, the refineries, what is happening, when we get to that particular...
Because if you keep on drilling,
no, if we drill and produce more crude, then we have more to sell. The question I will now get to ask ourselves, me inclusive, is this. If we are saying, take care of your citizens, drilling more and government on their own, saying, okay, good, Dangote, Bew, Walter Smith, any of the other modular refineries, we might not have 100% for you, but we can give you 80%.
Beautiful.
That makes life easy for them.
Yes.
And that makes life better for we, the citizens, because we just know that they won't be looking for FX to go buy from outside or even to pay government for the one they're going to get. Now, in the long run, I'm still asking this question. If we are able to drill well above the requirement, what these refineries need, even before we even get that, can't government on its own have a partnership with any of the refineries and say, okay, come, I'm going to give you 200 barrels extra every day, refine for me. So instead of all those issues we're having with subsidy and co, government on their own can now say, okay, good and fine. We have specific places where we need social interventions. Let's channel the product that we've had a partnership with for social interventions. It could be hospitals. It could be their own ministries. It could be primary health care centers. It could be universities. It could be energy demanding places that government know that, okay, we need to supply power to these particular places.
True.
Before we get the national grid or any other person adding extra watts, extra megawatts or kilowatts to the national grid. For these specific places, government should also start thinking outside the box in that. And not just have a business kind of mind where, okay, good and fine. We'll translate dollars to naira and give it to you, you now give it to us back.
You know, it's way beyond crude, naira for crude, because if you remember when Dangote started, a team of people, an association, or Birdie, we all know them, they went to Dangote's refinery and they came out to say that what he was refining was substandard, and he came out to debunk that and all that. So now, these are things that other investors are watching. They are looking at Dangote. They are seeing what he's going through, the outcome, how he's being able to overcome certain challenges. They might as well want to, try and go ahead with that, but they might also look at, if Dangote, a billionaire, this Dangote refinery, it's billions of dollars, can't go through all this and still come out to say if he had a second choice, he wouldn't have gone into the... These are what builds investor confidence. So is the government actually weighing investors? If they want to partner with a private investor to give him 200 barrels, with that partner himself, does he actually want to go do business with the government? Considering what the former NNPCL chairman, the fracas he had, with Dangote and the rest of it, do you think private investors want to do that? That's another question.
Yeah, definitely, yes. But that is also where the judiciary should come in. Once you know in your mind that there is a strong judicial system in that place, you won't be scared. So it cuts across everybody's involvement.
Before Dangote started releasing fuel, there was this price.
Of course, some people say that we will be the one to set the price. Then people have to also remind them that no, that sector has been deregulated. So you can't set price for people. Now, this is where, and this is the next question we will also be looking at and asking ourselves. For those that are wondering right now, importers on one side,
another issue we need to deal with.
Dangote on one side, Nigerians on one side. The House of Reps said we are going to make sure that everything is transparent. Should we be worried that there are things that we don't know yet?
I don't like to be the devil's advocate, but I hope this will take care of favoritism, bureaucracy, selfish interest. Because we also have to look at the fact that if it's these legislators that are coming in, we've heard series of stories of how they themselves can go and set up their own refinery and be doing it the back door. But I hope there will be transparency. You can bring in whistleblowers, let citizens themselves hear from them, citizens' opinions, publish weekly reports. That's the only way you can actually build trust, public trust. Publish all the reports as you are going to inspect, as everything is going on, publish everything. Open a whistleblower policy. That's the best way, so that Nigerians themselves can actually feel some sense of ownership, because it's actually ownership. We own this thing. It's not a bunch of people who are up there in the red or green chambers that owns this thing. That's why I said these legislators coming now, starting this now, is something they should have started way long, but we're glad they have started. Now, we hope they will follow through. Implementation also matters. Policy implementation. It has to. Agencies has to back them.
Okay.
Bureaucracies has to be cut.
Now,
a whole lot.
NNPC is still in the mix because it's NNPC that is still controlling the crude that is being sent to Dangote refinery and any other person that is getting the crude.
Let me also add this. We also remembered that, he came out, and when he was summoned, he came out, no problem.
And now, if NNPC are the ones still handling this particular transaction, this particular crude for Naira to Dangote and any other body that is getting that, we, just like you said, transparency. Should we be worried that we've not started seeing the numbers of how much they supplied and how much they got back?
The Minister of Finance should be able to do that, but sadly, we've not heard. I think that's where it starts. So it's not just NNPC or the legislators alone. NNPC, the legislators, the Ministry of Finance, they all need to come together and sit down and fine-tune. Then stakeholders also need to come. You need to even bring in Dangote and the rest of them, because these guys are on ground, they are on field, they will tell you how it is actually going. So until we begin to, then a mechanism, probably a technology has to be implemented to track the number of barrels.
That was sent to who?
Anybody, whether it's Dangote or any other person, track it. Payment, tracked. With payment, I think with the NRS, we can track that. Hopefully, we can track that. We should be able to track that. That's not hopefully. We should be able to track that from 2026. So payment, we've done that. But barrels leaving, then how many barrels is NNPC actually producing? Not what is on paper. How many barrels is actually produced? We need to actually know. Until we know that figure.
Okay. While that is a very tall order, that we look forward to climbing as much.
It's not a tall order. If the legislators are serious, call the boss. Let him bring his papers. Let him bring his documents. Summon him.
How much do you produce every day?
It's simple.
Okay, now, this is another question we need to ask. Now, for the refineries that have been moribund for a while, there has been an allocation that has been going to them. There has been a crude allocation that has been going to them. What has been happening to that?
Summon every other person. Summon all of them. Let them bring their books. Let's see. From the inception, how much were you given? Where was the implementation? You know, it's funny. There's this particular person. We all saw it in the news. He had a deal with one particular government, and he fumbled, and the EFCC went after him, published his picture and everything. He came out and he was crying. Now, that's private. You know, when it comes to private individuals, the EFCC always seem to be, you know, they do more than they're supposed to do. But when it comes to people in government, what happens? It's like if they really do. So the same energy, just like they say, the same energy you are putting towards private sector, put it towards these people. Summon every other person. Yes, when Ojulari came in, he said, some people said, oh, he inherited what was not his and everything. And from what he saw, he wanted to sell NNPC. But he came and said no. So, what about before by Ojulari? Someone was there before. Summon the person. The person before that person, summon all of them.
The person that was there before Ojulari is still on, EFCC is still on his tails, but we've not heard the news after that. We're still on the energy, and we're still now on supply chain adjustment. Now, for fuel marketers, they are yet to reflect Dangote's refinery price cut. Yeah, you heard that from us. Fuel marketers across Lagos, Ogun, and other states have not adjusted their pump prices to reflect the new rate recently announced by Dangote Petroleum Refinery, leaving motorists frustrated as they continue paying above the expected levels. Despite the refinery's downward adjustment last week, checks by our correspondent on Wednesday revealed that most pump stations in 2 states dispense petrol at an average of 865 naira per litre among the refinery's major downstream partners, including MRS, Hayden, and Adova. Compliance with the revised pricing structure has been slow. Hayden was observed selling at 863 per litre, the lowest among the group, while others maintained pump price between 865 and 870. This minimal variation indicates that the anticipated relief for consumers has yet to materialize. Industry players suggest that logistic bottleneck, supply chain adjustment, and existing stock bought at higher prices could explain the delay. However, motorists expressed concern that prolonged non-compliance might undermine the intended impact of the refinery price cut. Now, this is where we also need to now start asking ourselves some major questions. Any day we have price increase, stocks or no stock, the pump stations reflect it. But why is it that when we are having price decrease, we now start hearing issues of old stock, supply chain logistics?
You know, this reminds me of when President Tinubu made his first announcement after inauguration that fuel subsidy is gone. And right there at filling stations, the price went up. And it's not stock that you bought after the statement was made, it's stock that you had already. Now, so definitely this also reflects in the same what is happening right now also, because the more Dangote reduces his price, people have already bought old stock. And it's hard for them to balance their sheet until they sell that old. It reflects everything, not just fuel.
The price was reduced last week.
Yes.
Okay, good. How long does it take to sell out old stock?
Well, some people have thousands.
Okay, where are they storing thousands? In pump stations? In pump stations?
But all in all, the DPR, what is their role in this? Because I'm trying to wrap my head around what is their role. What are they actually supposed to do in situations like this?
Yeah, they are not there to control price.
Cool. They are not there to control price. So now, the truth about is that until marketers, and it's us, it's the consumers that actually.
But let's also face the fact, before this price increment, before this price reduction came, before anything that happened to the price, there was an announcement. The
Dangote always
comes. By this time, we are going to do this. So it behoves on every marketer, or every pump dispensing agency to know that, okay, by this time, this price is going to. So they should know what to do.
But then again, I'm not speaking for Dangote. Of course, he must have done his due diligence. But before you make such announcement, I believe you should have met with some of these marketers to ask them that, okay, I'm about to make this announcement.
Okay.
Are you guys cool with it?
Should they be cool? Should they be cool with it, or we be cool with it?
Yes, Chooks rather. I'm Dangote.
Okay.
You're a marketer. I sell to you. I want to reduce the price. And I come to you that, okay, the next stock, I'm reducing it.
Good.
Probably you've not sold yours.
So it's now on them to sell it out.
But that is me forcing your hands.
No, you're not forcing my hands. Okay, good. When is increase, is it forcing your hands?
It's not. You have to give me...
But all is good. All is good and rosy when it's increase. Because we also know that, okay, now the crude price is falling. It's about 60-something, 63, 64, 65.
Yes.
Now, we know very well if there happens to be any form of skirmish in the Middle East or in the US or in Israel that is major, oil prices will go up.
Go up, yes.
Definitely Dangote's price will also go up. When that happens, do we have this kind of conversation?
Well, all in all, it's the consumers that are actually facing this whole thing. And until we actually start to think that way, well, probably with this legislative oversight, some thought to be going into this, and maybe we might have some sort of succor. But until Dangote and all these marketers sit down and iron this issue out, we will continue to have this. And it's quite sad, but like I always...
Which issue should they be ironing out?
Well, they have to... Now, Dangote is the one reducing prices, not other refiners. It's Dangote because he feels... Some people... I'm not saying he feels. Some people believe he has some form of monopoly over pricing.
Reduction of price has nothing to do with monopoly or no monopoly. If my production cost is coming down, it's expected of me to bring down the...
What about importers?
Now this is where it happens. We should not be considering the next person who happens to be your competition when it comes to pricing of my product. I need to sell my product.
True.
So if my production cost, if I'm able to bring my production cost down, I should get the pricing to the last consumer lower and satisfy him. Now, if you happen to be my competitor and your pricing is higher than mine, then good and fine. Find somewhere else to sell it. Let the consumer be the one to make a choice. Okay, I think I prefer to buy my fuel from Total. So even if they're selling at 1,005, I'll go to Total and buy. Then the person, no, I want cheaper fuel, and the cheaper fuel is good. So I'll go to MRS and buy.
Well, it's a whole lot of things to consider because there and then, there was a time Dangote was also accused in the cement industry of having this power play and being able to just, increase the price at one point. And once he increases the price, every other cement, factories and sellers, marketers and all that, they increase their own too. There was a time like that too. So just like you rightly said, if Dangote increases, what is it considering the people? Now we think he's considering the consumers by reducing, but when it increases, is he also considering people?
The question is he considering the people?
Well, it might seem that way right now.
But the crude, okay, now see, the prices of crude in international market is falling.
True.
Which means he is getting crude at a cheaper price. So that will also naturally reflect on the end product, which we are seeing right now.
Yes.
The Naira for Crude initiative is still ongoing. It might get better, The federal government can wake up tomorrow and say, okay, good and fine. If we can sell crude at 64, 67, for domestic use, we decide to sell it at 50. It is government policy.
But well,
so for whatever we get to do, it is the people, the citizens, that should be the focus in the first place. That is for government. For Dangote, it is profit.
Yes.
That we know.
Marketers' profit.
For marketers' profit.
Yes.
But right now, don't you think whatever conflict they have, they can't just go ahead as long as whatever conflict they are that is ensuing between them right now is profitable to the end consumer?
But Chooks, you can't, like I will still go back to this, you cannot tell me when or a time frame for me to sell old stock.
Okay.
The onus lies on me.
Okay.
I could buy hundreds of thousands of that from you and decide to sell it at my own pace. Then you now come and tell me, oh, you are reducing the price and you expect me to reduce what? How?
No problem. You can keep selling your old stock at the price you want. For those that have decided to bring down their price, we'll go there and go and buy.
Better, then we're all fine.
Of course, yes, we're all fine. Because when the prices go up, we don't have this kind of conversation. Because I bought old stuff. Now, you know, I need to sell at that old price. So when I finish selling at that old price, then I cannot increase my... No. You know, mark it up almost.
This also happened when dollar went up.
Okay, dollar is not going up now.
Yes.
Dollar is almost stabilizing.
But when dollar went up too, prices went up. And when it came down...
prices refused to come down.
Yes, because people said, old stock.
Old stock. But how long?
This old stock narrative, you know, is becoming too much. But it's actually the truth. You can't really blame these people.
Okay. Now we have agencies in the downstream sector. Yes. Now, majorly, their job is not about pricing, but to make sure that if you are selling 1 liter, 1 liter is 1 liter. So that we want to see them do more of that. Now, still talking on the petroleum. Now we're talking about market. IPMAN, that's the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria. They've urged DAPMAN, that is those that own petrol pump stations, and NUPENG, that is the Association of Petroleum Employees of Nigeria, to engage Dangote Refinery in dialogue. Now, the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, that is IPMAN, they've appealed to the depot and petroleum product marketers, those that own those big tanks and own pump stations of Nigeria, and the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers Association, to resolve their difference with the Dangote Petroleum Refinery through dialogue. National President of IPMAN, Abubakar Shetima, stressed that resorting to public altercations or seeking government intervention could destabilize the downstream oil sector. Shetima noted that constructive engagement with the refinery remained the most effective way to guarantee steady fuel distribution across the country. According to him, the Dangote Refinery represents a major investment in Nigeria's energy security, and disputes between key stakeholders must be addressed in a manner that strengthens rather than weakens the sector. He urged the groups to prioritize collaboration, stressing that open channels of communication will resolve concerns over pricing and access more effectively. The IPMAN leader added that peaceful dialogue will safeguard jobs, sustain investor confidence, and ensure a reliable supply of petroleum products to Nigerians. He maintained that industry harmony should take precedence over confrontation, as the collective goal must be to eliminate fuel scarcity and deliver stability in the nation's petroleum market. Ultimate goal: avoid fuel scarcity. That we've seen in over a year,
yes,
which happens to be a surprise. Which means it's always been doable, but some set of
selfish interest,
and I almost said people, but yes, some set of selfish people with selfish interest keep plunging us to that particular direction. Now, let's talk about this. Do you think dialogue is the best way forward? Or I am doing my business, you are doing your business, let's meet in the battlefield?
No. Because when two elephants fight, we know who suffers. So dialogue is the best way. Because whatever one part said they were going to shut down, or they were threatening to shut down.
Okay.
And if they shut down, who would it affect? The consumers. Now, then again, you cannot tell one man how to sell, how much to sell, who to hire, and all that. You cannot dictate that. Yes, you are an association. Now, if the people who this man hired are part of your association, and the Constitution also guarantees freedom of association, so you cannot force him to say, okay, well, all my members go and join these people. It's a business. So that is where I see them faulting. Now, I believe that until all parties bring their documents, audited cost and logistics, and put it on the table, this is what we are going through, this is it, let everybody see it, then that is dialogue. But until we keep, but if you come to the table and say, no, we want to show the proof. Dangote brings his audited document. You bring yours. Bring proof. Bring your drivers and the rest. Put them there. Then I believe we should have a neutral mediator. It could be the judiciary or some regulators.
What about Souk News?
Souk News, yes. Bring them to us. Let's have a discussion here. Let's have Nupeng, let's have Dapman and a representative. If Dangote cannot come, bring your books. Let's open it up. Because this, at the end of the day, will create a bad perception in the eyes of the public. And like they say, you don't hang your dirty laundry in public. This is what is actually going on. So that's why I believe dialogue is the best. There has to be, there's no solution there's no problem that doesn't have a solution. There's always a solution. It is just the willingness of all parties. You have to compromise. That's it. For any dialogue to go forward, there has to be compromise. But even from Dangote, there has to be some compromise. I know Dangote is trying as much as possible. Now, Dangote, I'm not trying to praise him. He's a visionary. He's producing fuel. He bought trucks to make it smoother for delivery. He's reducing price. He's doing everything to make sure his business runs smoothly. Is that a crime? Really, is that a crime? I'll leave it at that.
Okay, while you're leaving it at that, you said there's no solution, there's no problem without solutions. What about some problems that were self-inflicted? Should we be looking for solutions for such kind of...
Yes, that people inflicted it to there's no problem without a solution. It just has to do with compromise. State what you want, state what I want. It's scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's how it is.
Do you think an external party is pushing Dapman and Nupeng, or they are really acting according to their tenant, or some parties, a hand somewhere
I heard
is
from
pushing them?
A reliable source that Otedola, I think Otedola was part of the founding members of, I think, Dapman, and he advised them on certain things.
Yeah, but Otedola, in the same vein, is a major shareholder in the Dangote refinery.
True. So it gets... So the truth about it is that who are they fighting for? Is it the consumers or themselves? Even Dapman and Nupeng, who are they actually fighting for? That's the real truth. Until we see who they're actually fighting for, then we know who has selfish interest and who is fighting for the people. Because you cannot say that, oh, you are going to shut down operations, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. Why? But then again, you cannot force a private business or a private entity to dance to your tune. If you're not fine, sue him. Take him to court. That's the way to go. But threatening this, that, I mean, come on. At the end of the day, if we have petrol scarcity, even the Dapman, even the Nupeng, they're all going to suffer from it. So that's the truth. Dialogue is the way to go. Dialogue is the way to go. Bring in a neutral mediator. Bring in some stakeholders. You can even bring in the legislators. Some of the legislators. Let them sit down. Let's have a round table and see how we can go from there. I mean, during the, the labor union and this whole minimum wage thing, it wasn't something that happened in just 1 month. It was back and forth until they came to 70,000 naira. Even though 7,000 naira wasn't what they initially wanted. They wanted 500. The government said 40,000. From 40,000, it became 50. And they were also from 500,000, it became, I think, 250. Then they met at the middle. Well, maybe not at the middle, but at least they came to a compromise to 70,000. So the same vein, the same way, that's how Dapman, Nupeng, and Dangote should come to some sort of... now, when it has to do with pricing, I don't know how they're going to do that. I don't know. I think that is another story for its own.
Okay. While we look at that being a story for its own, we always will say dialogue, dialogue. And also remember, when you decide to down tools, you should ask yourself, when I'm downing tools, are my actions going to affect the next business or the next person? There should be a way and a mechanism where if your actions negatively impact mine, I should be able to sue you. So this power tussle and power craze that we see across African nations will have to cease. Everybody should take responsibility for their actions. And if Dangote's business is affecting your association and your business, you have to find a way of getting redress. We'll go on a very short break. Remember, this is SBL, Souk Business Landscape. Go on the social media platforms, all of it, and look for Souk Television. Follow us, comment, share, and let's keep this conversation going. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this by keeping their staff within this side. Let's also learn see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from these, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mill, and St. Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His human service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension, the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977, but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted his Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market by keeping for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn something, see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Welcome back. It's still SVL, Souk Business Landscape, and this is where you should be. We've talked about a lot of issues and stories that had to deal with crude to Naira as it concerns Nigeria refining. We also talked about the flow and pricing to the end consumer. We also talked about Dapman, Nupeng, and their issues with Dangote, and hey, dialogue is the way forward. Now let's talk about Naira, CBN. Now CBN has come out to assure Nigerians of adequate cash supply for festive season. These are things you don't really want to hear about, but hey, it has become a present-day reality. The Central Bank of Nigeria has assured Nigerians of sufficient cash circulation during the festive season, pledging to tackle the recurring challenge of currency scarcity. Speaking at the flag of the nationwide sensitization on proper Naira note handling, CBN Deputy Governor Operations Dr. Bala Mohammed Bello said the bank had put in place adequate arrangements to meet demand across the country. He was represented at the event by Director Currency Operations and Branch Management Department, Dr. Sikiru Adedeji at Daytona Bello. Bello emphasized that Nigerians must adopt better practices in handling the Naira to reduce the high cost of printing and replacement. He cautioned against folding, tearing, spraying at social events, writing on notes, and other forms of abuse that render the currency unit unfit for transactions. He added that proper Naira handling was crucial for financial inclusion, smooth transactions, and sustaining confidence in the economy, especially during high-demand periods like Christmas and the New Year celebrations. Okay, the night himself. years back, we had this kind of issue in Somalia. Then we had this issue in, what is it called? We had this issue in this Hamas dominated area,
okay,
where people had to start queuing for their monies. And those years, we here in Nigeria will be looking at that like, what exactly is happening? It was strange to us. Then came Emefiele and the last president, General Buhari, and it became a present-day reality.
Yeah, it was.
Now we're having a CBN that is saying that is not going to happen again. Did you see that as an issue, or it was a total embarrassment to a nation?
A total embarrassment to a nation. I think it was more than that. It was a time nobody expected that you would have money and you won't be able to access it, and it's unimaginable. And even till now, you know, the funny thing is, today's Friday, right?
Yes.
If on or before 4 p.m. you get to the ATM, it's depleted. And I wonder why this happens. Weekends, there are no cash in the ATMs, and probably by Monday, you see something. And that has now shifted people to POS operators. POS operators right now, it's a lucrative business. And we've even heard rumors that some of these bank officials own some of these POS operators. So you're telling us that there will be cash during the festive period. You have to go more than that. You have to do more than that, because public confidence matters a lot. How are you going to do that? What regulations are put in place to make sure compliance is followed from banks themselves? Because it's just saying you could disburse money to banks, and they themselves could decide that, it reminds me of during that Emefiele time when CBN said this was the amount that had been disbursed to banks, and yet we were not seeing it reflect. And later we found out some people, you know, in parties, you see some people spraying the new 1,000 naira notes, and you're wondering, like, this is the 1,000 naira note that's supposed to be everywhere. Why is it that some set of people have this? Even till now, this, what they call them, in Yoruba, they call them no. That's the people who sell money. You can imagine, last party I went for, it cost 10,000 naira to buy money. Because
to buy how much?
50,000 naira is 10,000 naira. Yes.
Coming in?
To buy 50,000 naira is 60,000 naira.
You pay extra 10,000 naira?
Yes.
Wow.
That is the new business.
Are you sure? Okay. Go ahead.
And you find these people in virtually almost all parties. They're always there. Available with stacks and stacks in their hand.
Of mint.
Mint. And you're wondering,
how did they get it?
And if you go to the bank,
you don't see that kind of money.
Because there was a time I requested for a mint at the bank, and you know they told me there was a certain amount I could get. I think it was about 20,000, 30,000 naira mint I could get. It was available for me. And I told them that, look, I have the right to request for this. It is my right. But they told me this is what we can give. Enforcement, compliance. How do we ensure this? That's another thing. Now, during the Emefiele stuff, old notes were being collected, and we thought, or we were told that it would be what?
Phased out.
Phased out. So the new notes can, but we still have the old notes.
Yes, then the policy now came
out and
both
said,
to be used simultaneously.
But that could have been a time to clean out the phased, mutilated note and bring in the new ones. Then what policy or what awareness would CBN now do to encourage good use, proper use of money? Because
that's what they are currently doing right now.
Good. So you have to partner with event planners, DJs, a whole lot of people to create this awareness, because they are the ones that actually use this money. Market women, the so-called agberos, the thugs on the road. The way they handle money, it's appalling.
Okay. Some years back, we had this policy that came out where we're trying to get the nation to go cashless.
Yes, beautiful.
To what extent have we gone cashless? Because if we've achieved 40% of that cashless, 40 is even too much. If we've achieved like 30-40% of that particular policy, nobody will be worried about holding cash or not holding cash.
I think we've done well. I speak for myself. I've done well. And I think other people have done well because I carry less cash.
General public.
The maximum I carry these days is not more than 5,000. The rest transfer. And virtually most places where you go to, you have PIN. In fact, it's
no, the kind of places where you go to.
Even
Let's
in,
emphasize that.
All right. Even in markets too.
Okay.
Yes, I've been to the market where I bought chicken, fish, and all that, and it's transfer.
Okay, you just transfer to the seller.
The seller straight. In fact, you would see a paper posted with the number. Okay. It's usually one particular, I think it's OP and all that. It's always there. Now, for the pepper or tomato sellers, well, maybe if you buy in large bulk, but I always insist. Now, there's this trend that I've noticed now. When you buy certain things, especially in the market, and you want to pay, they will now call a POS that transfer to this person. They will not tell you that you would add charges. So I always insist that no, if I'm transferring to you, I'm transferring the exact amount. They have this agreement with this POS as to how much to collect from you for charges, and they split it. So I always insist that no, I asked you, do you take transfer? And you said yes. I'm paying directly to you, and I'm paying the exact amount. So we also need to look at that also. But all in all, like I said earlier on, there has to be some incentive for clean use of cash.
Incentive from who?
The CBN.
So CBN should pay you for using your own money?
No, not pay you.
Okay.
Probably reward or...
How? Thank you, or
offer some form of
handshake.
recognition or award to banks, private individuals, stakeholders that, oh, this is a notable thing.
Then
and I think
what about the punitive measures?
Yes, that's where the thing is. There's no clear rule or legislation against this. I know EFCC, they're also trying and all that, but there has to be some clear form of, okay, if I do this, this is what is, and it's automatic, and it will cross across border, no favoritism, nobody's above the law. That's the only way to go. But we all know, I hope that, yes, I trust Cardoso. I believe Cardoso should be able to live up to this task. We know that during festive season, cash is always...
if we decide to go with the cashless society, and I've been to events where you had this what's it called? These barcodes.
Yes, barcodes.
All you just need to do is just to either swipe on the barcodes or take a picture, and whatever form of transfer you want to make is made. We still have a lot of those technology that is out there right now, where if you have that installed in your phone, once you just cross your phone on it, just the amounts you want to put there, and that's all. It's as simple as
also for service providers, another way to phase out corruption and all that, some places do not accept cash. It's transfer. So that way you transfer directly into the account. That way you phase out corruption of any other staff trying to collect money and not remit it. So it's a good move. This cashless policy, it has its benefits, a whole lot of benefits. I've been to restaurants, so many places, and they'll tell you we do not accept cash. It's transfer. And I see that as a good move.
Okay. Now, while we look forward to not ever going back to, let me not say Egypt, but you heard us. Not ever going back to where we are coming from. We want to see things work. And for CBN, yes, the cashless policy is one thing we should need to pursue. And we have a lot of fintechs that can make this happen. They are here already, but let's grow them. Let's push them. Nigeria fintechs, so that, if they conquer this climb, then we can push them to Africa. These are also major ways of not just creating employment, but, hey, bringing back that needed foreign currency down this way. If these companies can't go and really push their product outside this country, and also help get away the excess cash that is in our hands that we don't want to hold, and transactions can go seamlessly. Now, for those that were wondering, last month we had this train derailment along the Abuja-Kaduna corridor. Then we came up and said, okay, we are not going to fix until we find out what really caused the issue. Then, sometime early this week, Monday, we said, okay, good. That particular portion of the rails has been fixed. So today we are going to tell you that the accident bureau have come up to say the issues that caused that particular. wahala as we speak here in Nigeria. Now, poor infrastructure lapses causes for Abuja-Kaduna train derailment. That's coming from the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau. They've identified that the infrastructure, poor infrastructure, is exactly poor infrastructure maintenance and operational lapses as the main causes of the Abuja-Kaduna train derailment that occurred on the 26th of August 2025. The Bureau preliminary report released on Wednesday offers a different perspective from the Nigeria Railway Corporation earlier explanation and points to deep-rooted systemic failure in the country's rail operations. The NSIB confirmed that 21 passengers sustained injury during the incident. Now, reported by the NRC, they said 20 did sustain injury. Thankfully, no lives were lost. According to the Bureau, those injured were given first aid treatment at the scene before being evacuated to nearby hospitals for comprehensive care. The report also highlighted long-standing challenges in rail infrastructure management, stressing the urgent need for safety upgrades and stricter operational compliance. Investigators said addressing these deficiencies is crucial to preventing similar incidents in the future and ensuring public confidence in the Abuja-Kaduna rail services, which remains one of the nation's busiest passenger routes. Okay. Olumide.
Yes.
This is where we are. All hands is still pointing towards the Nigeria Railway Corporation.
Yes, it is. It's quite interesting. One person said this is what happened, and the Safety Bureau came out to say this is actually what happened, and it shows accountability and transparency all in one. And you can, now people would know who to believe and who not to believe. Sadly, it shouldn't be that way. It should have been the Nigerian Railway Corporation that should have come out and tell us this is what and what happened. But what's the way forward now?
Yeah,
routine maintenance. You need to find a way to create some form of sensors, bring in AI technology to monitor these tracks to ensure, because what happened was that the tracks derailed, and that was the train derailed as a result of the tracks. So how do we ensure? Because whether we like it or not, there are some scrupulous elements that remove these tracks.
They remove the pins, the screws, the nuts, and some of the iron railings.
To go and sell.
To sell.
To make how much? So where, now, so if we're going to start an investigation, where is this being sold? We need to track it. Which market?
But the markets that these things are sold are known.
Are known?
Yes.
Thank you. So it makes investigation easier. How do we track these things? Do we bring in a whistleblower policy? Do we bring in some form of awareness that if this thing is brought to you, this is the number to call? Say no to vandalism. And if you notice or suspect anything or issue, this is the number to call. And when they call that number, that phone, that line better ring, and someone better pick up and take down all the information and let investigation start immediately. But going forward, adequate maintenance has to be done. Transparency. This will only boost people's confidence and also improve transparency, because whether I like it or not, how many people will want to take that route again? Some people would still say, okay, yes, it was just a one-off thing, because this kind of things should not happen, or should happen once in a blue moon. It should not be regular. I don't want to mention the last one that happened, but that one was not a result of what happened this time around. It was a result of some other bigger boys and all that. So, but the truth about it is, and it also creates it creates jobs for other people, because when you bring in expertise now to come and do some form of routine inspections, you bring in people, you create jobs for others, retain them, not just, let it not be some sort of consultancy, maybe every year or something. Retain them so they have weekly or monthly routine inspections of all the railways. If you cannot do that, bring in technology. Get drones, get sensors. If that's too much for you to monitor all the tracks in Nigeria, bring in drones that monitors this. It could be every week. Once a week, the drones will fly out, check all the tracks and see which need repairs. And once you...
Why once a week? Why not every day?
Well, if it's capital intensive.
Yes,
if it's not capital intensive, then let's have it every other day. Especially roads that you know runs through cities, runs through the forest and the rest of them, you need to monitor. Because whether you like it or not, unlike the expressway where you have stop and search and everything at every point or every 10 or 15 kilometers, you can't have checkpoints across this railway. So that's one of the things we need to actually do.
Yeah, you mentioned having CCTV and major part, you said sensors. Now, if we are able to get the point where we get sensors on our rail, then once it's tampered with, it gives you notice. At any point where it's tampered with. So we're not even scared of whether it's every day. No, it's just there. Somebody is there monitoring the track. It doesn't matter how long, how many stages it's crossing. It's just there. Once there's a tampering or there's a fault, it beeps and tells you where exactly and to what extent. Then also, this issue where we as Nigerians, we don't see government property as our own property. How do we get to tackle that? Because a lot of all infrastructure is located somewhere. And there are people that reside in those places. So for the rail tracks, it's crossing towns, it's crossing villages, it's crossing some hamlets. Should we not, as a people, see those particular infrastructure as our own? And also make sure we go extra mile of taking care of it and stopping any form of vandalism on it.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the mind. Do we have that ownership mind in Nigeria? Do we believe that certain things, Nigeria belongs to us? Do we believe that NNPC belongs to every other person? Do we believe that the police is for us and not against us? That's number one. Number two, the people we're supposed to protect, or the entity, how do they relate with other people? You know, when you buy a land or you want to build a house, what you normally do is after you acquire that and all that, the people living around that area, you give them some sort of incentive that, okay, well, just in case you see someone trespassing, call this number. That's what a lot of people do when you buy land. Apart from fencing it and putting do not trespass, some people around there, you give them some certain amount of money that, okay, well, just in case another. How is the federal government also relating with the people? What awareness are you creating that, oh, this thing is your own? If you see or notice any tamper, please call this number. The National Orientation Agency can also roll out text messages. Nigeria belongs to us. It can only thrive if we all believe that we own it. Report any mischievous vandalism. Send it out. Encourage people. I think it starts from the local government, through the town hall chiefs, to the obas and all that, the local chiefs. Let them educate people. Because whether you like it or not, if someone comes to a particular community to claim a land which is not, the community, they will come out.
Definitely.
They will. So why is it when it comes to the government to just say, oh, hands up, I know one wahala, I know one wahala, I know one. You know, so, but then again, I think we are not even realizing the economic benefit of having a railway, an active railway. There's too much economic benefit. This whole traffic that is happening in Lagos and all that, imagine if you had trains running across. A lot of people will park their cars. I'm looking at a situation whereby someone is staying in Ondo and all they have, within 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., it takes a train down to Lagos. And by evening, he's back. They do it in other climes, whereby you take an hour or 2 hour train to your work and you're back. I don't have to travel all the way to Lagos to buy goods. I can call Chinedu. Chinedu, this is what I need. I beg. The train is moving by 8 a.m. or the train is moving by 4 a.m. Load it on the train. I'll receive it here. There's so much economic benefit of this railway service, but I don't know. Apart from giving free tickets every festive period, I don't know the benefits that we are seeing in this.
Okay, let's always have this at the back of our minds. The government infrastructure, doesn't matter what it is, where it's located, it belongs to us. And it's our responsibility to make sure nobody vandalizes it. Nobody. And that includes me and you. Let's get to see what's happening at the market. Nigeria exchange, what is happening. Now, there has been a major rebound with 279 billion gain Yes, you heard that from us. The Nigerian exchange revised prior losses on Thursday, recording a market capitalization gain of 279 billion naira. This happened as investors returned to the equities market. The total market capitalization rose to 89.4 trillion naira. That was from 89.1 trillion naira, while the all-share index advanced by 432.94 points. That was a 0.31% increase. It's good. To close at 141,149 naira.04. This positive performance followed days of mixed sentiment and was driven by renewed bargain hunting in large and mid-cap stocks, particularly in the banking and the oil and gas sectors. Trading activity surged with 781.7 million shares, worth 19.5 billion naira exchanged in 20,382 deals, marking a 77% rise in volume and a 15% increase in turnover. Although the number of deals declined by 6% from the previous section. Something positive, something good.
Yes.
How open is the stock exchange, the NGX? How open is the stock exchange to everybody?
It's open, actually.
It's open, but how open? How, to what extent do you think the normal average person knows that, hey, this exists, I can invest here,
I think
I can trade here?
There's well, I call it a decline or limited financial literacy when it comes to the stock market. It's often seen as something for the elite, the big boys, the business, the billionaires. Those are the people, you know, we hear about this. I mean, there was a particular bank whose CEO, you know, raked in billions of naira. I think we know the person we're talking about. He has a mustache, and let me stop there. He raked in billions, you know, in the stock market. But then again, how many people are actually aware? And then again, Nigerians, let's be realistic. Nigerians would prefer to invest in Ponzi schemes than invest in a stock market, because stock market is long-term profitability, and Nigerians are looking for short-term profit. That's why these Ponzi schemes seem to be everywhere. In fact, a friend of mine messaged me last week for another one. I'm like, these guys are back again. So, but then again, why do Nigerians want short-term profitability? To meet certain needs at a point in time. We need to start looking beyond now and look towards the future. What are my children going to benefit from? How will I retire? What is waiting for me at the end of retirement? I would have loved a situation whereby part of the what goes to pension be put in the stock market, so that by the time you retire, something is waiting for you. But how many people are willing? You have to first educate them. They also have to know the benefit. You have to also let them know that when it comes to stock, it goes up, it goes down. We always like things that go up. We don't like things that come down. So there has to be some form of financial literacy for the common man, the average man, that you can actually expand your business if you go into the capital market. But then again, you will not control it. So then again, that might also hinder certain people that, you know, there's this, my business. I remember my former, where I worked before, the chairman was asked that, you don't need to be coming every day. Let the manager handle that. And he said, so you want to take over my business? That mentality, we need to get rid of it. Because for you to expand, that is the essence of going into the stock market, to expand, to bring in more people, bring in more investors so that you can expand. Yes, you control a certain or a limited amount of shares in your company. But then again, you have investor confidence, transparency, everything is there. So for anybody who wants to invest, the books are there. So are Nigerians willing to open up their books? Emeka that is selling spare parts can also go into the stock market, get a lot of investors, meet other people in China, bring in more goods, more containers for him, and the books. And that would also help him, it will also bring some form of prudency. Because when you know that people are monitoring your books, you will not treat it anyhow. You will not treat your business anyhow.
Okay.
It would also take care of, well, in the long run, to take care of you owing your workers, because when you have enough investors coming in, it will take care of a whole lot of things. Not that when it hits the rock, decide, yeah, I want to close down my business. You can't do that this time around.
Okay, for those that are still out there, the Nigerian exchange, the Nigerian Stock Exchange is doing good, and we want it to do way better. We are, population-wise and production-wise, we are not doing badly, but compared to countries like South Africa, we are doing badly. But we need a bigger and broader exchange, so we need to come in and play. We want to see those blue chip companies in Nigeria competing with any blue chip company anywhere in the world. Still talking about industrialization, Ajaokuta Steel is back in the news. Yes, you heard us. Now, the MD of Ajaokuta Steel, there's the managing director of Ajaokuta Steel Company, Professor Nasir Naim Abdul Salam. He has said that a fully operational steel plant could generate over 500,000 jobs and save Nigeria $4 billion annually in steel imports. He disclosed this on Monday at the 2025 International Conference and Exhibition, an annual general meeting of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria that was held in Ibadan. Abdul Salam stressed that the revival of Ajaokuta Steel would not only cut Nigeria's huge import bill, but also unlock opportunities for industrialization, infrastructure development, and economic growth. Okay. Can you remember how old you were when you started hearing about this Ajaokuta Steel?
A long time ago.
And it's still the same roller coaster of stories and stories and stories. Do you think this administration can bring that steel company to life?
I wanted to go another route. I wanted to ask the MD of Ajaokuta Steel that what happened to all the money that has been invested? Why is it not? Because billions of dollars went into Ajaokuta Steel.
Ajaokuta used to be the cash cow of past administrations. So any money that was voted in there, just like what was happening with NNPC, so that used to be Ajaokuta Steel in the days back. So once the government want to pull out some money, they use Ajaokuta Steel.
Billions went into that place until now. I don't even know whether it's Ajaokuta Steel or NNPC that more money was invested in. But yes, what he's saying is actually true. It will create thousands of jobs. But is it a political will or what is hindering Ajaokuta? I really don't understand.
Okay, now, first of all, siting is another issue. Should that have been cited where it is right now?
Yes. I watched the documentary and they said it should not have been cited there because is there a rail to that place?
Yes, there's a rail to Itakwe. There's a rail right there, but well, there were other we could have started it very close to where the major materials are coming from.
Thank you.
The higher materials are coming from.
That is
so it was political interference. Then we also had issues of foreign interference.
So that's another thing we need to look at. The siting. Why was it particularly cited there? If it had been if it had been a success, it would have probably improved business activities around that state. That state would have boomed. But sadly, a lot of money went into that. So then again, I look at, is there any willingness or is there any confidence in this present administration to revive that place? I would say let's just leave that place for now until we're able to probe and find out what happened and be able to recover.
But they know what happened. Probing is just another means of getting some committees to get some jobs and spend some money.
So if you don't probe, how will we be able to...
Some months back, not years, Dangote was thinking about getting into steel. Until shouts started coming up, then he left steel and focused on his refinery. So if Dangote can do it, what about states? Delta, Edo, Enugu states. Can they come together on their own and say, okay, good, we are producing these raw materials. We can produce raw materials. Let's start a steel factory.
Good. But then again, also, if they are going to revive Ajaokuta, they need to know what happened so that it doesn't happen again. Maybe partner with...
Who needs to know?
Everybody. I think the people, they owe us that. The federal government owes us that.
That facility has been sold about 2 times and bought back.
To who?
Well, when you need to, we'll call Atiku and ask him some specific questions.
And why was it bought back?
Because, just like you said, it's a national infrastructure.
So there we have it again. Certain interests are involved in this particular Jakarta. And, you know, when I've noticed this is my own perception, when a particular infrastructure is left there for a very long time, chances are there's always a selfish interest involved. Because when you look at it and you're like, why isn't the moribund? Why isn't NPC not working? Selfish interest. Someone is particularly benefiting from this particular thing not working. And until we address, that is why I'm still going back to the probe at Jakarta. What happened? How much went into that? Where did it go to? The FCC have a whole lot to do, not just chasing online fraudsters and people who deface money and all that. This is a big cake for a bigger fish, rather, to fry for EFCC. Find out what happened. If we are actually true that, okay, we're going to revive Ajaokuta still, then we need to be very clear. Certain oversight has to be done. Stakeholders, I think it should even be left in the hands of the private sector.
Kogi State, can't Kogi State go and bid for it?
If they are up and running.
So if Kogi State, I'm just looking at
it. It will help Kogi State.
Kogi State bids for it and take it off the hands of the federal government. What they want to do to it. Some years ago, they had a problem with Dangote.
They closed down.
Because of the cement factory. They said, no, we want it. At the end of the day, they resolved one way or the other. So why have they not said, let us run this?
You know, it's funny how there are countries that solely what they export, what they produce is steel.
Russia is not far from it.
And they are making tons of money from it.
And Russians built the factory in the first place. Even if we didn't want it, we want to give them the contract.
So I feel that, you know, things work better in the hands of the private sector. State government, if the state governor has that visionary, or that vision rather, if he's a visionary, cool, all well and good. But he might also want, let me stop there. Let me not go into politics and say he might want to use it for...
Okay. While you are deciding to stop there and not going into politics, we want to see Nigeria work. So for any of these major industries, one thing is for sure, Dangote have shown every single one of us that things are doable. It's just the individuals that have decided to lock up their brain and decide to suffer the nation. In clear words. So let's kill this corruption before it kills us, and let's get this industry working. Now to our last story for today, and that has to do with India. Yes, India, that lovely country where you have the highest of spices. Now India, they've signed $7 billion deal for 97 indigenous, mark the word, indigenous Tejas fighter jets. India on Thursday signed a $7 billion agreement for the procurement of 97 domestically, so locally designed and built Tejas fighter jets, marking a major step in the country's military modernization drive. The deal comes as Indian Air Force begins phasing out its aging Russian-made MiG-21 jets, which have been in service for decades. The Tejas, meaning brilliance in Hindi, was first commissioned into Air Force in 2016. The new order covers the latest 4th generation version, the MKA-1, and includes 68 single-seat fighters and 29 twin-seaters. The aircraft, developed by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, that's HAL, represents India's growing push to strengthen self-reliance in defense manufacturing and reduce dependence on foreign suppliers. India, one of the world's largest arms importers, has made military modernization a top national priority, aiming to boost local arms production and increase exports. Officials say the Tejas program may only equip the Air Force with advanced technology, but also reinforce the country's long-term vision for defense indigenization. Okay, this is where we are.
Beautiful.
Now, for a very long time, the US has held sway when it comes to fighter jets.
Yes.
Then Russia said, nah, we are also here. Then we've also seen countries, European countries, and China.
Yes, China, always China.
Now India is coming in with their own locally designed fleet.
It's a good one. They are making a mark in the world power industry. And whether you like it or not, it will create jobs, thousands of jobs. It would, in the tech development, in the tech world, it will create jobs. It would also save forex because they are building it locally. They don't have to source foreign exchange. They don't have to do any other thing. It will be done in their country. And what's more, they can also sell it to neighboring nations.
Do they want to sell for now?
Well, if they want to, if they don't. But they have that option to sell. But it is also actual. Everything is all. It's quite interesting that India, because some years back when you look at India, but now when you look at India now, I mean, with what happened with the other country when they had their scuffle and all that, and the way India stood its ground, you know that India right now, they are going forward. And
there are no pushovers.
There are no pushovers, which is what Nigeria should be emulating at this point. So, I mean, I'll say thumbs up to India because they are taking, they've done their math. Because for a very long time now, they've relied on other nations to get, you know, all these fighter jets and all that. But now that they are coming out with their own, it's going to save a whole lot. It's going to cut out a whole lot of middleman. It's going to cut out a whole lot of things in the power play. And once other countries notice that India is getting fire jets, you know, it's sending an indirect message to other countries.
Is it indirect or direct message?
Direct or indirect. Okay, direct message that you can't mess with these people. It's like you see your neighbor buying guns. Then you know, or you see your neighbor acquiring some set of, you know, dangerous dogs, then you know you have to stay off that. So it's a direct message to other countries that these people are not joking. They want to be recognized as world power. And it's a good move. Nigeria should also emulate that, but, well, it's another story.
It can't be another story. We have a nation of very strong, reliable people, and we trust that we can also get into this particular industry, because whether we like it or not, it is an industry. Let's start seeing the complete stoppage of influx of small arms. If we can't start producing for ourselves, then it will be difficult for people to go and start going through backdoor borders to bring
If I may come in, have you received all the Meccano jets we ordered for?
As we speak right now, capital letter, no.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Okay. While you are stopping there, we have a huge history. We are a country, sadly, who fought a war before, and a lot of ingenuity came into that particular era. What have we done positively on progressing those particular inventions that came as a result of our own disunity at that particular point in time? These are things that move nations forward. The US can brag about who they are because they fought a whole lot of wars and they keep improving each
and helped other countries fight their wars.
And also set up some in other countries. So let's be there to make sure we grow this industry. It is an industry, whether we like it or not. So protection, development, it's all about world power. It gives you a whole lot of control. Kudos to India. I wish the next one we'll be hearing is Nigeria. We have AMCON, we have the military.
Yes, I'm told we produce some ammunition.
Some rifles, yes we do. But we want to see us go beyond, way beyond that and cut our imports by, if possible, 90 to 99%.
You know, it's quite an irony that we're fighting insecurity and we can't even produce. This is even why we should even produce all our stuffs locally. But then again,
we have armored personnel carriers that were commissioned and produced here in Nigeria.
Yes.
We still have private companies that are still doing the same thing. So please, let's focus here and leave contracts alone. And leave people trying to make
and
money
stop
off
getting
Nigeria.
Meccano. Well, I heard these things are not even. Stop.
Okay, while you are not trying to dive into politics, I want to say thank you to everyone that has been part of SBL today. First, I want to say thank you to every in-house person that has made this possible, from Victor, who is associating as our producer, to Amulo, who is the major producer of this particular program, to the men here in the studio, to Austin, to Joseph, to Lukman, and also other boys that have decided to leave us and run away. Then to those in the MCR, to Gladys, to Godson, and Sam, I want to say thank you. To Grace, we're not forgetting you. You didn't get to see the fair one on the show today, but hey, I promise you, you get to see him next week. Pray, we'll miss you. Thank you very much. Remember, it's Friday. Be your neighbor's keeper. And hey, learn to love yourself.
It's been a pleasure staying with us Monday to Friday on Souk Business Landscape. Please don't forget to engage us. Whatever story you see you would like us to discuss right here on Souk Business Landscape, drop us a comment. Follow us on all our social media handles at Souk News Television. I am Olumide Shukoya. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market? Why to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn something. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowles, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, you're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies. Fear is the first response. Anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
The police of public agencies. I want it down the way you understand it. What we realize is that we police NDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it's the known fact that one person cannot serve an attention and start well. For crying or for being consummated by the public, most of the time you find from the outside the contractors, that was I'm going to say PG. So essentially the ICPC of public agencies. What is civil corruption? Can someone attend? Or the others behind? Everybody wants to be fair. Okay, let me go ahead. There are that's one extent corruption and seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. It refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative or person, which may not seem financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse a position of public trust for the welfare of others is corruption. So, we have to say that if we have our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies. What about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purpose of specialization.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The Commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption. Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
More importantly, institutions, the officers, the executive work, and the head, but from your statement today, it gets that doing good work is not as important as non-big corrupts. And so this is also some of our colleagues and myself also learn from. ICPC is the session. There's a very together. And so it becomes an important aspect of our work. Who is to also improve our practice. So thank you. It was so many ways to give you a part.
Speaking with Souk News TV, the Commissioner reiterated the need for ongoing partnership across key sectors to foster greater understanding of the Commission's work and improve public trust. He expressed optimism that in a few years, ICPC would achieve significant milestones in building a more accountable nation.
It's a tradition in ICPC for us to go to strategic stakeholders. We go to the place to tell them what to preach the anti-graft crusade. So at the end of the day, we have a better nation. Because on the state of insight, it's been discovered that Nigerians, the citizens, have suffered. There's a lot of apartheid indifference about the anti-graft crusade. So it's this conscious effort by the ICPC to now begin now to make people get a buy-in. We have to be part of the whole crusade. We go everywhere, especially government, that's the MDAs, so that we can galvanize support, so that we can educate the people on the ease of corruption. We're not there yet, but with the present board, the end is very near.
At the end of the session, the ICPC handed essential materials, including the ICPC Act, a handbook of frequently asked questions, and a guide on the consequences of unethical behavior to the director. A symbolic award was also presented as a sign of the ongoing cooperation. This visit forms part of ICPC's broader strategy to build institutional integrity and promote responsible service delivery across the public sector. Grace Komolefe, Souk News TV.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal NDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Srihat Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of distinction. So in other words, I would just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it states, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know the provisions of the Constitution, which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That's the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend the effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their onions, they know what they are doing.
So I really appreciate they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the reason, main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective NDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the letter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across NDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from this international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues. And also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them. And it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have achieved so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also hope there are some things I'm taking in. For instance now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats, who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, we are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interests of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interests of the country first. And also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in the private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in the good faith, in the sincerity, don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honourable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honourable President Abbas. It has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated today. And it is believed that its message you have learned here, or what you have learned here will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will help them achieve the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your earliest destination, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Is one filled with men and women willing to die with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, and amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic and Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner, after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have many competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatts Kirigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year, to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Force Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Force access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Force Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Tenor was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Wheelie Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
you already know, my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde, and in fact we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Lou Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we're proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Amojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Amojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekerandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Barabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And when did I go to? Linters Advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell. You know, so I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing in, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, we talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, like people in the rural area. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feel important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay, they will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the banks than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So that there is some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And certainly banks started employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. just pick up your bell and you ring and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, you know, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, you know, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So what, I mean, look at the changing of our redesign, what we call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this place. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should, we all know, simple economics, you don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your all maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we find ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. I will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalide, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Ibochire, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Ibochire Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up to the point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, become what I'm known with, and I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, say they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they're not going to take us over. No, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up to the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as it's still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and other. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That's the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one, so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer-turned-banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank, until December 2013. He later became president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolone Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Agemokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Agemokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Agemokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Agemokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of scale, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Iboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks at the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square, standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843. It honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's-in-the-Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concert, so I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people continue to much time. So we used to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chiki Okolo, reporting for Souk News.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 13,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souk Enlightenment. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used
Good day and welcome to the Midday News. I am Moyosore Adebi. Now let's begin. Following the announcement of the theme for Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary, activities have commenced today, Friday, September 26, with a special Jumat prayer. The federal government earlier unveiled the theme of the celebration as Nigeria at 65, all hands on deck for a greater nation. On Sunday, September 28, an interdenominational church service will hold as part of the national program. A World Press Conference is also scheduled for Monday, September 29. October 1st remains a public holiday, during which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is expected to address the nation in a broadcast marking the country's 65th independence anniversary. Nigeria imported 804.10 billion naira worth of arms and ammunition between 2020 and mid-2025, according to National Bureau of Statistics data, sparking renewed pressure for local defense manufacturing. Imports climbed sharply in 2024 to 520 billion naira, despite reforms aimed at building domestic capacity under the Defense Industry Corporation of Nigeria (DICON) Act of 2023. Industry groups, including the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, warned that dependence on foreign arms drains scarce foreign exchange and exposes the country to political conditions from suppliers. They urged stronger collaboration between DICON and private manufacturers to develop indigenous defense technology and create jobs. DICON says new public-private partnerships and a $2 billion investment plan will speed off Offshore Nigeria Limited are intended to achieve self-sufficiency in arms production by 2027. Stakeholders stress that boosting local output would protect national security, conserve foreign reserves, and position Nigeria as a potential exporter of military hardware. The Jigawa State House of Assembly has approved a 58 billion naira supplementary budget for the 2025 fiscal year, raising the state's total appropriation to 756.3 billion naira. The approval followed the adoption of a report by the House Committee on Appropriations during Thursday's plenary session. Committee Chairman Ibrahim Hamza Adamu explained that the additional funding stems from higher than expected revenue inflows from the Federation account. He urged lawmakers to strengthen oversight to ensure the new funds are used strictly for approved projects and programs across the state. Deputy Speaker Sani Isiaku, who presided over the sitting, led members in a unanimous vote for the measure. The supplementary allocation complements the original 2025 budget of innovation and transformation for Greater Jigawa, which focuses on infrastructure, personnel costs, and capital development. Thailand is setting an ambitious goal for welcoming at least 2 million Chinese tourists over the next 4 months as part of efforts to strengthen its tourism industry. The Ministry of Tourism emphasized that safety and hospitality will remain top priorities to encourage travel and build confidence among international visitors. Tourism accounts for about 12% of Thailand's GDP, making it a critical driver of national growth. So far this year, Thailand has received about 3.3 million Chinese tourists, underlining the importance of the market to the country's economy. With this new target, the government is working closely with tourism operators and local businesses to boost arrivals and enhance visitors' experiences. Officials expect the influx of travelers to significantly increase spending on hotels, restaurants, and retail. Officials believe the campaign will provide a strong boost to Thailand's economic recovery, supporting jobs, small businesses, and cultural exchange. By focusing on safe and enjoyable travel, Thailand is positioning itself as a leading destination for Chinese tourists ahead of the upcoming peak holiday season. The initiative is expected to generate billions in foreign exchange earnings and stabilize regional economies dependent on tourism. President Donald Trump has announced new tariffs on imported pharmaceuticals, heavy-duty trucks, and furniture as part of efforts to strengthen domestic industries and safeguard U.S. jobs. The measures, which include a 100% duty on branded drugs and levies of up to 50% on selected furniture imports, will take effect on October 1st. Trump said the decision is intended to encourage more local production and reduce reliance on foreign supply chains, particularly in critical sectors such as healthcare and manufacturing. The tariffs have already prompted global drug makers to consider expanding U.S. operations, with exemptions offered to companies that have already begun building plants in America. Supporters of the policy argue that the move could accelerate billions in domestic investment, revive the struggling U.S. furniture sector, and provide greater protection for American truck manufacturers facing intense foreign competition. Officials highlighted that the measures also serve as a strategic foreign policy tool, strengthening Washington's negotiating power in trade deals. While some trading partners expressed concern, the administration emphasized that these actions are designed to create long-term economic resilience, secure critical supply chains, and boost U.S. industrial competitiveness. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News TV. I am Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannahs, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souk News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souk News.
I love cocoa because of my everyday cup of coffee. You may not be a lover of coffee like me, but I want to believe that you would like to make money from cocoa if you have your way around it, isn't it? This is Cashcraft, where we share with you insights on how to make money out of different business ideas. You might already know, but feel uninterested. You might even not be aware and just feeling lost in the crowd trying to find what best suits you. Whether you know or not, it can only get better when you are open to more knowledge and great ideas. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I want you to join me as I spy into the cocoa business. No hypes, just what works. Everybody knows cocoa, but not everyone knows the many things it's used for. When you hear cocoa, your mind jumps straight to the chocolate, sweet, dark, rich chocolate. But cocoa is far more than a one-trick bean. Cocoa comes from the cocoa tree, Theobroma cacao, but the part used for cocoa and all the other products is the bean, which grows inside the tree's pod. The cocoa tree produces large, colorful pods. Inside each pod are 20 to 50 cocoa beans surrounded by sweet pulp. The beans are the real stars. They are fermented, dried, roasted, and processed to produce cocoa solids, cocoa butter, and chocolates. Cocoa is rich in fat. Beyond chocolate, it is used for food and beverage, beauty and skincare, pharmaceuticals, agriculture and industry, health and wellness. Now, let's talk business. Starting a cocoa farming business can be rewarding, especially in tropical regions where the crop thrives. Here are key tips to help you begin. 1. You need to understand the crop. Cocoa grows best in humid tropical climates like West Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. It needs plenty of rainfall, shade, and rich, well-drained soil. And it starts yielding from 3 to 5 years after planting. 2. Get training or mentorship. Learning from experienced cocoa farmers or attending agricultural workshops can help a great deal. Likewise, understanding the life cycle, such as nursery period to transplanting, maintenance, harvesting, drying and fermenting remains very important. Usually, cocoa trees begin their journey in a nursery where seeds from high-yielding varieties are planted in fiber pots or plastic bags. The seedlings grow quickly, and in just a few months, they are ready to be transplanted to the main farm. 3. Choose the right variety. Select high...
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, a set of choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Jah People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, we're sharing love together now. I can see new women and new world. Oh Lord. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see it. Brothers and sisters,
Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm not tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come from the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest.
Welcome to Just Africa, the program where we explore ideas, cultures, and innovation shaping the continent's future. Language is more than just words. It's memory, identity, and power. Across Africa, indigenous languages are under threat from globalization to cultural shift. But there's also a growing movement to reclaim and revive them. Now, one powerful example is the Yoruba Renaissance, a cultural and linguistic revival that celebrates one of Africa's most influential languages and tradition. So the question is, how can preserving indigenous languages like Yoruba strengthen identity, culture, and even economic opportunity in modern Africa? Reaching you live from our studios in Lagos, I am Olumide Shokoya. I also have Onyi Priye Krumale. Welcome to Just Africa.
Hello, Olumide.
How are you doing?
Good day, everyone. It's nice to be here. The Yoruba language.
Yes.
It's a way of preserving traditional. There's a cultural or an oral traditional part to it. Where my mind can go to quickly is about the storytelling aspect of it.
Yeah.
I've equally been in gatherings, social gatherings, religious gatherings, where after the English language had been spoken, there needs to be a translation through the Yoruba language to the local people so they can have a perfect understanding of what they are being told. And the way then when I listened, even when you are not a Yoruba speaking person, you can hear the English language part of it and you can hear the translation in Yoruba at the same time. And the kind of people that were, performing the translation, they are well educated. Some of them are academics, they're professors, and there are others who have PhDs in the academic environment, in the academic world. So whilst they were translating, there is no word, there is no English word, no matter how grammatically huge, big it is, they find a way to break it down. So the one I can remember vividly was when someone said, in the universe or in the whole world, this is what is applicable. And I was trying to listen out for the Yoruba translation, and I heard the man said, Inu bo 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 bo. So, yes. And he said, when he used the word bo 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 bo, so I was wondering, okay, what does that mean? So that can mean like in the whole world or in the universe. And with the way he translated, he used both sound and vocal inflections to repeat a specific word twice to mean the right translation of what he was trying to translate as the universe and the whole world. So I had to quickly capture that, and it didn't leave my mind. I had left school for for years, but that word still stuck with me. So the Yoruba language, the way it's spoken in places like Osun State and some other parts of Nigeria is different from the way you have in Lagos.
Yes.
And that as a way of really, you know, I could, you know, relate with it. And it's a very, very good experience to have.
You know, while today we're talking about preserving identity, the Yoruba Renaissance, one of the things that I like significantly to Yoruba culture is the name. They always try to preserve identity through the name. So every person, every Yoruba person carries a name that signifies, that takes them back to their identity. So sometimes when you meet certain people and they tell you their surname, you can quickly identify where that person is from. E.g., my surname, Shokoya. Once you hear that name, it's synonymous with Ogun State. So most people, when I introduce myself, they know, oh, Ogun State, what part of Ogun State? And sometimes Yoruba is also used to describe certain things that when you now translate it, you begin to understand. Like the popular Ojuelegba. Now, Ojuelegba, that is the eye of someone who holds a cane. That is the masquerade. Ojuelegba.
The eye of the masquerade.
Thank you. So Ojuelegba actually was a particular place. It was a shrine. The popular Ojuelegba, there's a particular shrine, though it's been demolished and something else is going. But that place actually was the shrine of a masquerade. So that's why it Ojuelegba.
Historically and
historically,
it was a shrine.
Now look at the way Yoruba was able to describe a masquerade. The cane. The masquerade is always synonymous with the cane. It's always, so it is Ojuelegba. There are other names like that that are very beautiful. But we'll go on a short break now. When we come back, we'll have a special guest who will be taking us through the Yoruba Renaissance and how we'll be going to preserve the identity. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Just Africa. If you're just joining us, we're talking about a very important topic. It has to do with preserving identity, the Yoruba Renaissance. Now, joining us to unpack this robust topic is Ifeoluwa Elufison. I hope I got that name correct. A Yoruba educator, cultural advocate, and founder of Ewa Ede Yoruba Academy. So glad to have you on the program.
Thank you so much for having me, sir.
Correct.
Sorry, get that.
Your name?
Yes, my name is Ifeoluwa Elufison.
Okay, so let me start. Elufison, take us through. What's the meaning?
Okay, so I am from Osun State, Ile-Ife to be precise. You know, there is a saying, they say, Ife mefa, elu lo shekeje. So when you hear elu, you definitely know that, oh, this person is from here. Just like you mentioned the other time, you know, from the names, you know, okay, this is where you are from. So yeah, so if you want me to break it down for you, Elu Fison, it was believed that Elu is a deity that saved our forefathers, right? So Elu Fison is like what you're paying back to somebody that has helped you conquer your enemies. That was where the name was derived from. So,
okay. Thank you very much. You know, one of the things I don't seem to wrap my head around is sometimes, now, I asked you the meaning of your surname and you were able to explain it to me, but we can't say the same for a whole lot of other Yoruba people. When you ask them, what's the meaning or what is behind your name? What came about your name, especially your surname? So why do you think Yoruba language is such an essential part of our cultural identity? I guess the network is a bit... I wanted to, you know, get a grasp of why a lot of people... Because when you ask certain people that what is the meaning of your name, they probably don't. Like I met a lady who said her name is Ola.
Ola.
So I asked her, okay, Ola means what? She said no, tomorrow. And I said Ola. So she didn't even know the correct pronunciation
of her name.
It was when she translated, I said, no, it's not Ola, it is Ola. Okay, let's have Elufison back. Elufison, glad to have you.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Great.
And why is the language such an essential part of cultural identity?
Why do I think language is a part of cultural identity?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. So one thing I want us to know is that it carries the soul of a people, right? It tells us this is where this person is from. It shows us the values, the worldview, the history. You know, when you speak a language, you definitely know that this person is from here. Let me give an illustration. Okay, so when you go to the market to buy something and you're buying something from an Hausa man and you're speaking Yoruba, he's going to sell it to you, right? But when you speak Hausa to him, it feels like, oh, this person is a part of where I am from. I understand the language better. I am able to relate well with this person. Do you understand? So it identifies people. You know that, oh, this person is with me. And you're like, oh, okay, I can share things with this person. I can talk to this person. We can relate well on the same level. Do you understand? So that is it. So for Yorubas now, you know, we have the orikis, we have the proverbs, and we have all of these things, the songs, the stories that we tell, all of those things, they are imbibed in our language. Do you understand? It shows that, okay, this is where we are from. It helps us to resonate well. Do you understand? So they carry wisdom. Our language carries wisdom. And it shows that this is our heritage. Do you understand? So when a language is lost, a large part of culture disappears with it.
All right, thank you very much, Ifeoluwa. Now, you mentioned something, and I want you to really stress it out. Oriki. I don't have one, sadly. But Oriki is something that it praises you, it woos you. Tell us the history of Oriki and what it signifies.
Okay, thank you. So for Oriki, for me, I have a one, the short one that is given to everyone. I have one, and other people to have. Some people do not have it, right? But Oriki is a praise poetry. It is used to praise a person. We have different kinds. We have Oriki Orile, Oriki Ilu. You know, okay, for me now, I claim to be from of Olofa for my Oriki Orile. Do you understand? So it helps, you know, when you've done something good and they want to praise you, that's where it comes from. Like, oh, ẹni yìí ti ṣe nǹkan dáadáa, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbóríyìn fún, ẹ jẹ́ ká kì í. Then they start to chant, they start to praise you, then your head starts to swell. Oriki Borokini, people that are wealthy, different things have, you know, in Yoruba language, in Yoruba land, there is nothing that does not have its name, the name that they call it. So, for instance, now, a person that is very tall, they call the person Aguntasholo, right? That is an Oriki for the person. Do you understand? Land has its own. Everything has its own. Like the name, if you don't want to use the normal name that everybody is used to, you can just, like mine now, I was given Ashake, a person that was picked, that was selected and pampered. Do you understand? So that's just the way it is.
Okay, thank you very much. Sometimes when, like you said, language is an identity, the core identity of a people. And when we look at language and the names and how things are named according to the understanding, it proceeds sometimes from their tradition, from the folklore, and what they seem to, the kind of impression or the meaning they are trying to give. Now, let's talk about name for a while. You said you were called Ashake, and someone that was picked pampered and selected. When the parents of these people, the Yoruba people, were given names, do they also have the ones that does not typify or exemplify praise, that has a negative undertone?
I wouldn't say that. Okay, so there is an adage in Yoruba that says "Ilela wo kato somo loruko," which means that you look at what is happening in that house before you name the child, right? Why there are some names that, well, there are some names that can mean good things. I've not really come across a name that can mean a bad thing in Yoruba language. But there are some, for instance, if you name a child Omolaja in Yoruba land, it's believed that that child came in while the parents are having issues. Do you understand? So maybe the parents were separated, or they have been fighting and all. Then the child came in at that time. So they believe that at that time it is that child that has helped them. Do you understand? To maintain decorum. So they can name the child Omolaja, torí pé ó ti la ìjà, because he has helped them with the fight. Do you understand? He has maintained decorum. So those are the things. They look at what is going on at that moment. They look at how the house is. They look at what is happening around. Then they name the child. So that is how they name child in Yoruba land.
Okay. All right. So I was trying to, during the introduction of the program, my colleague Olumide actually made references to the popular place in Lagos State called Ojuelegba. So can you, if just with the name, an historical background also, if you have it, why it was called Ojuelegba? What does Ojuelegba mean? Now it's a popular place for both people who are above the middle class, including elites, and it's a boisterous market, commerce, and trade taking place in that area. I want to know if it actually reflects the name, if what is currently happening now reflects the original meaning behind the name.
Okay, so I really do not have a background story for that, but what I would just say is from the name, the way the name was coined, Oju Elegba. What I can say to that is, you would know that this might be a place where masquerades, where it can be where they dwell. It can be where they come to display. Do you understand? So it can be anything. Oju Elegba, the eyes of the masquerade. So it can be, this is where they come to. This place is centered for them. Nobody can go there. Nobody can move there. Do you understand? I don't have a backstory to that, but from the name, you can depict the meaning from it. Oju Elegba. Oju Elegba. Just like we have Orita Meta, right? Orita Meta, you know that it's a T junction, right? You know that, okay, there is a route going to this place, there is another one, there is another one. Then the middle is what we call Orita Meta. At that junction, it's a T junction. So the name would already sell the meaning out. That's one thing I love for Yoruba language, because if you say Orita Meta, what comes to your head is, okay, there is a T junction, there are routes, there are paths. So the middle, he already gave it away.
Okay, all right, sorry. Now, there's a reason why I want to link where you have stopped in explaining the Orita Meta to a popular Yoruba play. I'm trying to I can't get the Yoruba name, but the interpretation says the gods are not to blame. And I think the name Orita Meta actually featured in that particular play where it was said that the king's son, there was a prophecy or by the gods that the king's son is going to kill the king and marry the king's wife or marry his mother. And they were told to take the child to an evil forest. It's a movie, it's a play, it's a book. But could you, I know you are not unaware of it, could you please speak a little bit about it and how it connects with the Orita Meta explanation you were giving earlier?
So, I should speak about the book.
No, not the book. I mean, in its connection about the Yoruba adage of Orita Meta in connection with how it links with that Yoruba play.
Okay, so first of Orita Meta is not an adage, right? It's just a word. And if I get what you're saying, I should do correctly. I should link it up. Okay, so Orita Meta, mostly when in the olden days when they go to herbalist and all of those things, right? They tell them to make sacrifices and they tell them to go and place it at the T junction, which is the Orita Meta. They will tell them, Egbe Ebo, Losi Orita Meta. Take the sacrifice to the T junction. So it is believed, yes, let me use that word. It is believed that at that T junction, once you drop your what's it called now, your sacrifice, it is believed that the what's it called, the earth and the heaven can meet at that point. Do you understand? It is believed that spiritual things can happen at that point, Orita Meta, because it is three paths, right? The paths are three. Do you understand? So they will tell you, take it to this place. Why would they not tell you that just put it by the side of the road? Because it is significant. They will not tell you that just put it by the door. Because Orita Meta is significant, right? There is a significance, there is an importance. It is important, there's an importance that it's olden, right? So they tell you, drop it there, right? And when you drop it, don't look at it because if you are looking at it, you don't know what can happen to you. You can go blind, you can die, anything can happen. So just drop it and leave. Because at that point that you're dropping, at that point, things are happening already spiritually. Things are happening already. Things are going up and down, and you should not see it, right? So I think that answers your question.
All right. So, many African countries, many African families rather, are shifting towards English, French, or Portuguese in their daily communications. I mean, in some homes, it's English all the way. So why do you think the younger generations are moving away from speaking Yoruba fluently? And what risks do we face as a society if indigenous languages like Yoruba continue to decline?
Thank you. So, first things first, I'll say Yoruba language is a very sweet language. Like, it's wide, it has everything. Yoruba language is rich in beauty and culture. That's it. So, I feel like most people, when I was in school, then they would tell you, don't speak vernacular. They would tell you, don't speak Yoruba, don't speak in English, and all of those things. This is where it has led us to, right? Don't speak vernacular. Don't say anything. Speak in English. Even in homes these days, they don't allow their children to speak in Yoruba. They speak in English. The English that we have spoken in school, we are still coming on to come and speak the English. No, speak to your children in their mother tongue. The truth is, okay, so during my NYSC, I was deployed to Jos, and when I was there, before I redeployed, before I came back, when I was there and I saw different persons, Hausa people, like the Hausas, they speak to their children in their language. Why are they not speaking to their children in Yoruba language, in English language rather. They speak it because they want them to understand. They are trying to inculcate it into them. But we, yeah, they'll say Olaju today. We are in the time of civilization, westernization. They've brought everything. So if you are speaking Yoruba, some people look at you like when you speak in English, it's a way of showing that you are modern. It's a way of showing that you are educated. That's not it. Because at the end of the day, those people there, they are coming to learn our language. And if the care is not taken, they will be the ones to teach us our language. But people like me, we not allow that to happen. So it's just like I'm imploring people, learn to speak it. Some people will say I grew up in the US. I can't speak it. I can't speak it. You can't speak. Learn it. Yes, Rome was not built in a day, right? But learn it from the tata that you are learning. Learn it step by step, step by step. Before you know it, you will learn how to speak it. But if you are saying, my child is not going to this school. You should not speak Yoruba in the house. In the school, you are not allowing to speak Yoruba. In your house, you are not allowing it. So where do you want to allow? I think we all need to do better. Because at the end of the day, the language would go, the language will go into extinction, but we will not allow that to happen.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So now let's look at it from another perspective. When I was in schooling in the southwestern part of the country, you have to learn the language. You have a teacher who in secondary school, and you have to be taught Yoruba language. And that's where you're not only taught the language, they introduce those who are not, they introduce everyone to culture, to Yoruba language, even to the university. Whilst the admission officer was looking through my result, he saw that I got a credit in Yoruba language. He had to teach it, and to that extent, I did Yoruba traditional institution as part of the courses I studied when doing public administration in the university. So how can the Yoruba language then be preserved beyond what we do in class? And how can it then also be monetized? Because China, in University of Lagos, you pay to learn or study Chinese. And when you are being taught the Chinese language, they are teaching you the culture of the Chinese people. It is something that is learned in universities. But in the universities now that we have in Nigeria, even in the southwestern part of the country, do people really come into the university to study Yoruba? And how can this be monetized, and how can government influence this through policy?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So, first things first is that schools play a crucial role in revitalizing indigenous languages, right? So when you are in school and you say you don't want these children to speak they only speak Yoruba during Yoruba language class. Some schools don't even have they don't have the teacher for that. Some schools don't even take the language at all, right? But one thing I would say is that there should be a way that we can integrate indigenous languages like Yoruba language into the formal curriculum. It should not just be an optional subject, like anybody that wants to do it, do it. No. It should be a core component of education, right? Let them learn it, put it in the curriculum, and also train teachers, train people that would not just NC or anybody, no shade to them, please, but like not just random persons, people that are knowledgeable about the language, people that are passionate about teaching it. I studied Yoruba language in the university. Yes. But I can say that most people that study Yoruba language in the university don't even want to do it. Don't even like you don't even want to have anything to do with it. I fell in love with it at a point. Then I said, oh, this is what I want to do. Monetizing it. By the grace of God, I am a tutor, and locally, globally, I teach Yoruba language to people, even in the diaspora. I teach them and I get my money. Do you understand? There are so many things that you can do with Yoruba language. Chants, I chant. I do Ijala, but I just don't monetize it. I just don't do it for money. I just do it on my own with my friends, families, maybe. But I have friends that make money from chants. All these engagements compare. Alaga Ijuru, Alaga Ijoko. Oh, do you think it's English they use? They use Yoruba. The songs they sing, it's from Yoruba before they now start to now say, we want to translate these things into English. There is so much that you can do with Yoruba language.
All right, thank you very much, Ifeoluwa. You said one of the part I caught. You said you teach and you are quite making something for yourself. So I'm sure you are familiar with Ewi. Do you also do Ewi?
I am familiar with Ewi, but what I do mostly is Ijala. Chant. When we're in school, you have to like do all of these things. You have to, but what I really specialized in was Ijala, because every other person were going through with Esa, Bigbe. But I said I just wanted to be different from every other person's, right? I just wanted to be different. So I just said, okay, let me just move to Ijala path. And yes, I was good with it. I learned it, and yes, I don't, the only thing I do to make my money is tutoring, teaching. I don't do Ijala to get money. I just do it for fun.
Okay. So now let's move on. Do you think that the creative industry, that's Nollywood, music, Afrobeat, fashion, do you think are playing a role in bringing Yoruba back into the global spotlight?
Thank you so much for that. Okay, so I would say they are trying their best, right? I've seen some movies, right? Like Jagun Jagun, like Anikulaku, and all of those epic movies. And I would not lie to you, I am intrigued. Like I am so intrigued when I watch those movies, and I'm like, oh, the use of words. There are some proverbs. Like that's funny thing is, I recommend some of these movies to my students. I tell them, if you want to learn fast, listen to music, listen to songs that have been sung in Yoruba, listen, watch movies, like all these Jagun Jagun, all these movies, Kunle Afolayan movies and all of that. It would give you, okay, this word, I'm learning this new word. Okay, so I don't know how to pronounce this. You can always go back and say, how did they pronounce it? Okay, what proverb? I will tell them, watch these movies, listen to these songs. If you don't understand, write it down, write it out. When you get back to class, we'll treat it together. Then I will explain better. Because it's not just about me just giving to you, me just dishing out to you. Yes, I would teach you, but you also have to do your part. And I also think that they are trying, like they are really trying their best. They are trying their best. Some songs, when I listen to some songs and I be like, oh wow, these songs, like the lyrics, the words, the way they use their choice of word, the addiction, everything makes sense. And it would help people that want to learn, to help them to learn faster.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I want us to look at this. In France, sometimes when you want to secure admission into foreign universities, if the places are in France or maybe Brazil or including Germany, you will see that even though you're going to do some of these courses that you're going to study in these places in English language, there's going to be some form of requirement for you to have a basic knowledge of French, of Portuguese, or of the German language. Germany have their own GOAT institution here in Lagos, Nigeria, where they have made it mandatory for international students to learn their languages? Can we start adopting the same policy here in Nigeria, where if you are coming in, maybe you want to school in Lagos, Nigeria, you want to come to Unilag, or you are going to LASU, or you are going to University of Ibadan, you need to learn. We have to make it mandatory for some of the students to have at least 1 year or 8 months or 6 months study of the Yoruba language, because they do the same thing out there. The same English language that you studied, that you did in primary school, secondary school, and university, the UK, they are going to put you through, having the IETL or IELS, the International English Language. They want to verify how good you are. Can we start having the same? If you're going to do it in northern Nigeria and your university is in northern Nigeria, the Hausa language must be made mandatory for some of the international students that are coming into the country. Do you think we can sustain and preserve our local languages and culture through that means?
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Yes, I think we can do that. We can do that. So, because if you look at all these places that you mentioned, you have to have a knowledge of whatever it is, like their language, even if it's just a tiny bit, you just have to have the knowledge. You have to know how to speak it, even if it's basic. So I feel like we can also do that here, but we can't just do it alone, all by ourselves. The government, the schools need to be in accordance. They need to say, okay, this is what we want. They need to put out the policy so that it's not that we are just doing anything on our own, or we are just deceiving ourselves. The policy has to stand. Okay, if you want to come here, you need to, for at least 6 months or anything, take the test and all of that. And okay, so let me just put in this. One of the things that it's a long-term goal for AYD Yoruba Academy, by the grace of God. We are looking into that for the nearest future, actually, because it's possible. And I mean, that will help our language to be preserved. It will help them to, okay, this is their language, this is their requirement. You have to learn the language. Then by that, our language will not even go into extinction. By that, we'll not lose speakers.
Thank you very much. Now, one of the reasons why the French language, the Portuguese language, the German language, and all other international languages would never go into extinction is that if you are going to work as someone in the United Nations, you are going to apply for a job, somehow they made it very, very mandatory that you must know how to speak an international language, which is some of these languages that I've mentioned. But most of the languages in Africa are most of the time not seen or categorized or classified to be international language. Yoruba is not only speaking in Nigeria, it's speaking in some other African countries as well. How can we move it from Nigeria or continental to a global language whereby it can also be made mandatory to work in the African Union or in the United Nations so that it will not go into extinction? We can have Germans or Brazilians coming to study the Yoruba language because they need to work somewhere in Africa.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so I'm glad to let you know that there is a part of Brazil that speak the Yoruba language, right? So Yoruba language is not local. We are going global already. We have even gone global already. We are not small, sir. Okay, so the thing is, most people outside of Nigeria, they pay. Because they want to, they know okay, so there is something I tell people in Yoruba, I tell them that our own language here, Kojawaloju, we just look at it as we don't know what we have. We don't know the value. But because they know the value, they know how far it has gone. They know that, okay, this thing is hot cake, this language. Interpreters are needed, Yoruba interpreters everywhere. everywhere. Like, I get the update every now and then. Yoruba interpreters are needed. Yoruba translators are needed. They are needed everywhere. So now it is left to us, we that own the language, to know what we are doing. It is left to us to sit tight and don't let this language be stolen from us. Preserve it, yes, and make it global. It has gone global, like I said before, but we can make it more global. There is nothing wrong if there is a requirement, if you want to join the United Nations and there is a requirement that says that you must know how to speak Yoruba language. It's a plus on our side. It would even make our language more acceptable. Like, people would really want to learn. Like, what is even this Yoruba language that they are saying? I want to learn it. So people will want to learn and say, okay, this language, let us even see. People that know the value of Yoruba language, sir, they are learning it. And they love it. They love the culture. They are learning the culture. They are learning everything, the tradition. I've had students, series of students, that will tell me, I want to come to Nigeria. I just want to come and see how things are done. I just want to see this or that. And they come. They do what they want to do. And say, oh, I love you. I love the language. I do this. I love your outfit. I love the way people dress here. Because they know the value. But we that own the language, we don't know the value of what we are carrying. We don't know what it is. We don't know how precious our language is. We don't know how far the language can go and can take us.
Thank you very much, Ifeoluwa. I want to read a comment on our YouTube page. It says here, that's by RCCG Victory Court. I feel our government need to overhaul our educational curriculum. So, two questions in one. You said charity begins at home. If we really want to preserve this language, I think we need to start imbibing it in our own country here. So, do you see a situation whereby, just like Japan, China, languages, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, are taught for subjects? That is, subjects are taught in Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa. Do you see a situation in the near future of that happening? Second question is, do you believe that for us to be able to preserve this language, whether Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa, we first need to accept it in offices, civil service, ministries, departments, and agencies? Do you feel this way?
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm going to start from the last question. Yes, we need to accept. You know, if you don't accept something, there is no how you can be in sync with that thing, or you can be in tune with it, right? You need to accept it. It needs to be spoken. Yes, it is a language. It does not need to be kept. It does not need to be covered up. Language is to be spoken, right? How I wish this session was done in Yoruba language, but it's okay. Yeah, so it needs to be spoken. Accept it. Not that you now come and say, oh, you are in the workplace, you cannot be speaking this language. Please, who brought the English language at first? The English language is not our language. No. My mother tongue is Yoruba language. It is my native language. English language is not my native language. So I feel like we are just copying. We are just taking what is not our own. Whereas we should take up what is our own, polish it, and carry it. The way we carry our everything, the way we carry our career and everything on our head. I feel like that's the way we should also carry our language, for the whole world to see, for them to know, okay, this is what we have. And we are carrying it with pride because it is our heritage. It is our identity. This is who we are, right? So that is, I feel like it should be accepted. It should be accepted everywhere, in every nook and cranny. Accept it. Civil service, in the offices, everywhere, in schools. Let it be accepted. Let people speak. Let them speak. It's their language. Don't deprive them of it. Don't deprive them of the freedom to speak their language. It is what and who we are. This is us. This is our culture. This is our identity.
Thank you very much. Now, gone are the days where when I newly got to Lagos and watching television, you see newscasters on major television stations. They read the news in English. Then there's another time news bulletin. They read the news in Yoruba language, in Igbo language, in the Hausa language. But as we speak now, all these have gone into extinction. Does it look like we are really protecting or preserving our local dialect? Don't you think that the influence or the consequences of globalization has completely washed away this trend?
Okay, thank you so much for that. So, while I was growing up, right, I never knew I was even going to study Yoruba language to start with. So because I love to watch the news, I love to watch programs, Yoruba programs then. Like it interests me, it just finds a way to interest me. And I just watch it and all of that. And today I can say that these things are no more. For instance, Bangba Dekun, I watch on BCOS then, I watch it. I watch all of these programs. I watch them, right? But now, what do we see? It's not even up to half. And we can't do it alone. We as advocates, we as the culture advocates, we cannot do it alone. There is a little to what we can do. Like there is an adage in Yoruba that says "Agbajo ọwọ́ la fi ń sọ̀yà, àjèjì ọwọ́ kan kò gbẹ́rù dórí tó tó ṣe bí òwe." We can come together and preserve our language. But when one person, two persons, three persons are doing it, it won't be as effective. It's just few Yoruba programs that you see now. And okay, that are casting news, they casting Yoruba. How many radio stations safe? Most of their programs are in English.
Hello, you just said something in Yoruba language. Could you please translate it for us to hear and know exactly what it meant?
Okay. So what I said is I said Agbajowo Lafin Soya. That means we are here. Let everybody come together to support, right? So, for instance, now, if we want to do a tax, maybe we have an event and everybody is on it, every hands are on deck. It will move fast. Do you understand? It will move fast. Everything will be set, and we can, in no time, we start what we want to start. Àjèjì ọwọ́ kan kò gbẹ́rù dórí. One hand cannot lift anything from the floor. If you want to lift a load and put on your head, one hand cannot do that. So you have to be in sync. You have to be in unity. Everybody has to come together to support. Do you understand? Baruku to everybody. Everybody has to be together. Everybody has to come together to support and say, okay, this is my own quota. This is how I want to preserve the language. This is what I want to do to preserve the language. Not that it's just one person. One person cannot do anything. It won't be as effective.
All right, thank you very much, Ifeolu. I have two questions in one. First question, when it comes to official languages, other countries, South Africa has 11, Zimbabwe has 16, Namibia also has multiple, Tanzania has about 2 to 3, but Nigeria has just English as their official language. Why do you think this is so, and what can we do in preserving identity in language? What do you think, what would you recommend at this point should be done?
Okay, thank you, sir. So, I feel like, everybody is just claiming what is not. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the way I feel, right? English, okay, I agree. English is our official language, no problem. But I feel like we should come in terms, just like we said the other time. Let us accept, right? Accept that this is it. This is our language. Nobody is taking it from us. We are the owner. We are the ones that own it, right? This is our language. And funny thing is, in Yoruba language, there are other dialects. If you go to like where I am from, they have their own dialect. They have the way they speak. They don't speak the normal Yoruba language, and other places too do, right? So we have to. And okay, if I go to the place now, okay, so I was talking to somebody that was from there. The person said, "Do you even understand it?" I said, "Okay, I understand a bit, a bit." And the person was saying, "Okay, what does this mean? What does this mean?" I was able to say that, right? But now, if I'm claiming that that is not my language, I don't know, because it's not for me. I'm claiming somebody else's language. Then I can't even understand what you're saying. I lost it already, right? I already lost that part. Do you understand? So I feel like we should come to acceptance. As much as we are saying we want to preserve, we don't want these languages to go into extinction, the government also has things to do to help us with, because we can't do it alone. Everybody has their part to play, not just the government. We as individuals, schools have their part to play. Everyone has their part to play in this. So we have to come together to know, to accept that this is our identity. This is who we are. This is what we are. This is our pride and our heritage. English language is not our pride and our heritage. It's an official language, yes. I'm not disputing that. But there is still something that we are missing. Indigenous languages, our Yoruba language. Everywhere I go, I am a proud speaker of the Yoruba language. Everywhere I go, I am a proud speaker of the Yoruba language. I speak it with my full chest. I speak it, right? So that is what.
All right, thank you very much, Ifeoluwa. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going to discuss more. We're also going to discuss about the coronation ceremony of the Olubadan, which is holding today in Oyo State, Ibadan. We'll be right back after this break.
Festival, also known as the Adamurisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Ayo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a deceased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedents and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Ayo festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Ayo festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Ayo festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Ayo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Ayo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry opas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Ayo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Ayo groups, or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Ayo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Ayo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoro as its palace, while Ayo Uniku, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga, Uniku, Iga, Ologede. With its green color, we reside at Iga, Ologede, and Eyo, Agiri, with its purple color, stays at Iga, Agiri. The main day of the festival is called Uye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We're still looking at preserving identity through language, the Yoruba Renaissance. And we have Ifeoluwa Elufison, who is still with us. So glad to have you, Ifeoluwa.
Sure.
All right, so the big one, I mean, it should have even, but I was saving the best for the last. The coronation ceremony of Olubadan, which is holding today in Ibadan, or your state. How's the atmosphere like, first of all? And tell us, what is the importance, what is the significance of today, the coronation of the Olubadan, to the Yoruba Renaissance?
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I won't lie to you. Everyone is excited. I'm excited actually. But as it is right now, everywhere is jam-packed, everywhere is blocked, everyone wants to witness it, you know. Um the Olubadan, the Olu of Olubadan, Oba Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja, Baba Kekpeo, is one person that I know that, oh yeah, he really deserves this, right? So everybody's coming all out for him because I've heard things about the man, and I mean, at least I've been born during his tenure, so I know what he did. My mom is a retired civil servant, and I know the praises they sang during his time then, and I know the things that he did, the impact that he had. So this, I would say, is a well-deserved achievement. Yes. So being a former governor, being a former senator, it is well deserved, right? And I would say he deserves everything because everybody's coming from far and near, everybody's coming from everywhere to come and celebrate him. And this is important, right? Because they'll say you cannot be without a head, right? So this is like the head of Ibadan, is the one that is in charge, is the Olu of Ibadan land, is the one that is in charge, is the head. So it is well deserved. Trust me. I am so happy that he is the Olu of Ibadan land currently. And the coronation so far, as I've been following in for now, it has been going on well. Everything has been in place. Everybody has been maintaining decorum. Yes.
All right, thank you, Ife Oluwa Elufison, for your insight, and thank you for joining us on Just Africa. And of course, congratulations to the coronation of Oba Rashid Ladoja, the Olubadan of Ibadan land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Quite an interesting one.
Yes.
I also stayed in Ibadan for quite a while, and I mean, if not for what we're doing here, I probably would have been at the coronation ceremony happening at Mapo Hall. I saw clips of it. There was a lot of renovation. There was a lot of, so many things, artifacts, the immense preparation for today. I mean, it's enormous.
Yeah, yes, it is. And I think it has been, I don't want to say long overdue. However, since the demise of the previous Olubadan, there's been this back and forth on who's going to mount the stool. And it's a good thing for the people of Ibadan that Rashid, Senator Rashid, is now being installed. And so it will continue to preserve the cultural heritage
yes.
of people in your state and in Ibadan actually, and be carried from one dispensation to the other. Yeah.
All right, so we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the second segment of Just Africa. Please stay tuned.
National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Arts Theatre was built and designed by Techno Express Troll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souk Enlightenment. The 3 Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of 3 men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the 3 sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the 3 Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The 3 Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The 3 Wise Men, Arometa, Souk Enlightenment.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. In part 2 of the program, we are going to entertainment law. Protecting Creativity in Nigeria's Booming Music Industry, which refers to the body of legal principles, regulations, and contractual practices that govern the creation, ownership, distribution, and monetization of music. It encompasses copyright law, intellectual property rights, contract negotiation, royalties, licensing, digital streaming agreements, and dispute resolution at its core. It's about ensuring that musicians, producers, and other stakeholders can protect their creative works, earn a fair compensation, and expand their careers in rapidly evolving business environment. Now we have our guest who's joining us. His name is Anointing Oluwaseun Ademoye. He's a Nigerian lawyer and musician dedicated to bridging the gap between creativity and legal protection. He's a graduate of law with expertise in intellectual property and entertainment law. Ademoye provides a legal counsel to artists, producers, and record labels on issues ranging from contract negotiation to digital rights management. As an active musician, he brings first-hand understanding of the creative process, giving him unique insight into the challenges that artists face in protecting their work and securing fair compensation in Nigeria's fast-growing music industry. Anointing Oluwaseun Ademoye, you are welcome to Just Africa. Many thanks for joining us on the program today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it's good to have you. Entertainment and lawyer. You're a musician and a lawyer. Well, it looks like you're not only going to be entertaining Nigerians or the world, you're also going to be fighting. How do you explain these two? Okay. I don't know what's happening, and I think you should come back and join us briefly. So, music,
yes,
and which is entertainment, and being a lawyer, two different things.
True.
However, we have metamorphosed from the generation where we had, where we used to live in the past, where musicians don't know how to protect their intellectual properties, where copywriting and music lawyers were not, the norm or the order of the day. But today we see where you can't just pick up anybody's work and personalize it.
Yes.
And I also know you have some form of footprint when it comes to music production and how it is to be protected. I spoke with someone who is an associate professor in music in Unilag, and he told me about some form of cases they handled in court where it is so peculiar from the normal legal practice that sometimes lawyers, when people, some of the big names in Nigeria music industry have been taken to court of copying other people's work.
Yes.
And lawyers and music experts, like those who have up to PhD level and professors of music, had to be in court to present the case as examiners and to explain it better to the magistrates and to the lawyers, who then had to, depend on that institutional guidance. As not only lecturers, but institutional, who explains that, okay, if you're going to take someone to court, they have to look at the beats of the song, they have to look at the lyrics of the song, they have to look at the music of the song before justice or a verdict is given in that case. It's something that's quite strange, and sometimes I wonder, and I want to know, as a musician and a lawyer, that Ademoye is, and how that part really applies.
The music business, or Afrobeats, is one of Africa's greatest export to other continents, and it has really done a whole lot. It has put us on a global map with the likes of Burna Boy, with the likes of Whiskey, Tiwa Savage, even our very own Femi Kuti, Seun Kuti. It has put us in a position whereby we are actually leading. Now, it is them copying us. So we've had so many different types of Afrobeat. It has spawned from Afrobeat. We've had Afropop. We have Afro drill. We have this, that, so many other things. Even the Amapiano takes a bit of element from the Afrobeat. So it is something that is actually good. Now, beyond the talent, there's the music business, and you have to understand it too. What happens is that most of these artists who fall into litigation and all that don't understand the music part, the business part.
The business part of the music industry.
The music industry. That's why they say it is 10% talent, 90% work. Do you understand? Okay. That is what they actually mean. So understanding this has to do with your royalties, everything that is being accrued to you as an artist or producer, and how to go about it so that you will not be cheated.
Okay. All right. Anointing Oluwaseun Ademoye, Nigerian musician and lawyer. Are you there? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, great. So now let's have this conversation. Talk to us about the music business and where the law comes to apply in Nigeria.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you come again?
I mean, talk to us about the music industry in Nigeria and where, as a lawyer, your work and your role, the role that you play in that industry.
The work and role in?
Your role as a lawyer, the role as a lawyer that you play. I don't know if you can hear me clearly, but we are trying to marry both the talent part as a musician and the other part as a businessman in the industry who is also acquainted with the knowledge of the law that relates to that industry and how these practitioners, how they protect their talents, how they protect their creativity in terms of beat, in terms of lyrics, and how some other musicians have run into debt or gone bankrupt because without permission they copied the work of others. Now, if you can hear me clearly.
Yeah.
You heard what I said?
Yes.
Please respond to that.
Okay, so we can't underestimate or we can't underrate the role of legal services or legal practitioners in in the Nigerian entertainment industry. We as legal practitioners, we play the advisory role. We try as much as possible to guide these artists through things they should know, things they are aware of, and things they are not aware of. We let them know the risk involved in agreeing to certain contracts and things they get themselves into. But then there is a problem that we have generally, and the reason it seems as if the legal aspect of it is not really popping out. It's not really obvious in all of this scenarios that many of these artists don't listen to us. So we basically play the advisory role in the whole thing, and then it's left for you, or it's left to you as the artist to listen to whoever your lawyer is, or you listen to your lawyer. Are you there?
Yes, loud and clear. I can hear you.
Yeah, so that's basically what we do. We play the advisory role, and we serve as a guide in putting you through clauses you may not be aware of while signing your contract.
All right, thank you very much. You made something, you made a statement. You said they don't listen to you. Why do you think these artists, producers do not listen to their lawyers? I mean, their lawyers should be their best friend. If I should say, I mean, after their wives and any other close relative, their lawyers should be very close. So why do you think they don't listen?
Well, a lot of artists are so desperate. What do you expect of an artist who has never been in the mainstream, who has not really seen the limelight, and then you get a contract where when you are told you'll be given a label car, a label house, you'll be earning so amount, and then and a lot of artists try as much as possible to discourage you from negotiating. You're meant to focus more on the negotiation clause rather than the transfer of assignments. Transfer of assignments, which involves or includes assigning assigning your absolute rights out or assigning your masters of publishing rights out to wherever the label is. So a lot of artists are they're so in a hurry, they're so eager. Okay, I want to blow, I want to be there. Oh, I have a friend who a record label picked on last year, and I see where he is today. So some of those things are, one of those things that contribute to this problem. And I always say something that even if you yourself you're not educated, there are two things that can save you in a situation like this. Either you don't need to go to school for 4 years or 6 years or whatever to be educated. All you need is enlightenment. Let me put it that way. If you're either educated or you have somebody who is learned. But unfortunately, most of these artists are not enlightened, they're not educated. They have somebody who is learned with them, but then they don't listen to those people. So, we can't force them. It's just a normal thing it's a normal trait, usual trait amongst especially up and coming artists.
Thank you very much. I would like to also ask, how can copyright and intellectual property law, protect Nigerian artists from exploitation? And I'm sure you are aware of COSUM. They are also in charge of collecting royalties for artists and all that. What's your take on them and their activities, their role in the music industry?
Well, they try as much as possible to make sure artists' creativity is protected. They also let out some regulations on public plays and all of that, and then they make sure whatever the artist is putting out there, because there are some artists that there was a time that a colleague of mine who is a musician dropped a song. The song went a bit viral on TikTok, and they got through to him. Okay, we are inviting you to our organization. Come and register and make sure your things, your songs, your sound, and all of those things are documented. Is one of those things. So we can't undermine their role in the Nigerian entertainment industry, but many of these artists still, I'm still bent on the fact that many of these artists don't have people who put them through. And even if though they have somebody who puts them through, a learned CEO who puts them through, they still do not listen.
Thank you very much, Anointing Oluwaseun Ademoye. Now, I need you to tell us, for young, upcoming music artists that are out there, what do they want to sign a contract? What do they look out for in a contract? Hire a lawyer, a music lawyer, a copyright lawyer like you. Most of you don't come cheap. Maybe that's the reason why they run away. Also, what do they look at? What are the steps to go through before signing a contract? What are the things to look out for? Could you please educate these people using this platform now? Okay.
That was a very brilliant question. I was even about to... Okay, I think we have him back.
Okay, Anointing Oluwaseun, did you hear my question?
Yeah. They look out for in contracts.
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, we entertainment lawyers act as the guide and shield, like I said before, and we review and negotiate contracts by, making sure, artists don't unknowingly sign away their masters, publishing rights or likeness. And we also educate artists about how their rights help structure their deals. And so that, everybody won't, have problems, and they shouldn't just rely on gentleman deals. So if you're signing your contract as an artist, you have to look out for, certain clauses. You have to look out for, you have to negotiate your deals. If I'm having 100% income, if the label is going to split up my income, how much is the label taking, and how is it affecting my own pocket at the end of the day? We have to look into the years of contract signed as well. Is very, very, very important. A lot of artists at the end of the day just sign about 5 years contracts. They sign even more without knowing, because some of these clauses look ambiguous to them. So the basic advice I just have for up and coming artists out there is just get a learned silk, get an advocate to advocate on your behalf and put you through these things. It's just as simple as that.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, there are some persons who, they took some of the big names in the Nigerian music industry to court. They said that they sang a song, they sang the beat of the song, they had the lyrics of the song, and they posted it on social media, but nobody knew them, so the music did not go viral. But some other artist, years after, goes on, picked up that song, picked up the lyrics, fine-tuned it, and they sang it. Now, because of their fame, and they went viral, but the person who sang it before now took the case to court. And some of those cases they came out, but there was a clause that said, when you sang this song, it was not documented, you did not register it as your own by copyrighting it. So what actually transpired in cases like that? And using that reference, how would you advise upcoming artists, whether they have gone viral, they have blown, as the popular word is used, or not?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
How would you advise current artists or upcoming artists to own their works, even when it has not been gone, even when it's not known to the world? Are you there? Okay. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking that question, some persons, when they sang a song, good song, but nobody knew them. Nobody knew this. The sound was just there. And one other artist, maybe 5-10 years later, went and picked up the same song, refined it, rephrased it, and sang it, and they went viral, and it brought lots of fortune to their pocket. And the person who did it earlier came out and said, no, it's mine. And he took the case to court. And they were told, when they finally went to court, the judge gave the final verdict that you didn't copyright it. There was no document that linked to the fact that this song was owned by you. And it's like, okay, but this is the video I did, and it's on known platforms. And they told him that is not equivalent to copywriting. And
well,
it's funny. I think I'm told that Ademoye is back. Are you there?
Let's hear from
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, you heard the question I asked you earlier.
Okay. So protecting their rights.
Yes.
A couple of laws. We have a couple of laws that actually protect creativity, especially the musical aspect, or let me say, guiding the entertainment industry generally. First of all, we have the Copyright Act of 2022, which protects. It's a law that protects musical, literary, artistic, and audiovisual works. It provides for that, and I always advise artists or people or entertainers generally to copyright their works is very, very important. This Copyright Act also provides authors their rights, economic and moral rights, and it also introduces the collective management organizations, popularly known as the CMOs, for royalty collections. That's the body generally responsible for royalty collections. And this act especially criminalizes piracy. I need also to know that piracy is beyond a civil doing. Piracy can become a criminal liability. And it's also regarded as a crime against the state because it's one way or the other hurts the earnings of the state. Imagine somebody, just a single person, being mischievous and trying to accumulate income off somebody's hard-earned sweat, intellectual sweat, and also stripping the government of their revenue, because the government also earn revenues from taxes they place on some of this streaming royalties and all of that. So I advise artists that they copyright their work. We also have the Trademark Act that governs intellectual property. The Trademark Act protects the stage names, protects the brands, protects logos, it protects labels. For example, the Maven record label, the Maven has a logo, right? So there has to be a trademark. There's a trademark for that already that protects the brand name Maven and the logo of Maven from being used somewhere else in and outside of Nigeria. So anybody who uses that is regarded as an infringer, and we could take legal steps against such person. We also have the Patents and Design Act, which is less directly used in entertainment anyway, but protects inventions and protect design rights as well. So we need to know these things. They are very, very important. We also have the contracts and let me remember the contract and commercial laws. Under the contract and commercial laws, we have the Contract Act, which governs recording contracts, management agreements, publishing deals, and endorsement deals. We also have the Complaints and Allied Matters Act, in the short form known as the CAMA 2020, which allows artists to structure businesses. And that's why we say that entertainment law is that aspect of law that converts creativity into business. It makes creativity into business. So, it involves, labels, publishing houses, and production companies. We also have the Nigerian Labour Act of 2004, which is relevant to employment terms for performance, dancers and crews. It protects their rights as an employee of such label and all of that. So we also have the National Broadcasting Commission, which is known as the NBC, National Broadcasting Commission Code, which regulates broadcasting of music, films, and advertisements, arts generally. And we also have the Nigerian Film Corporation Act, which governs Nollywood and films, the production of frameworks. And it's also important that Nigerian artists, musicians, entertainers can relate their rights to the 1999 Constitution as well, such as the provisions.
Sorry, Ademoye. I really actually can't wait for you to join us back. Now, all these are litany of laws that governs that governs that creative industry.
Yes.
And I begin to think, the musicians that we have these days, let's say the up-and-coming musicians, the kind of protection that they have that surround them, but getting entertainment lawyer who can bear with their small state of beginnings to make sure that all these rights or all their creative works are protected with these rights until when they, for the lack of a better word, blew to become the Tiwa Savages and the Burna Boys and the Wizkids of these days. How would they be able to afford the services of a copywriter and an entertainment lawyer?
Well, it's all about literacy. It's all about literacy. I think we're having back.
Okay, you're back.
Okay, so I was talking about certain laws.
I know, just a moment. Because of our time, I want to ask you a question very, very important. I sing a song. I compose the song. I shot the video. I put it on YouTube. Does that mean I am the rightful owner of it without doing anything? I just put it on YouTube. Does that make me the rightful owner of it? That's one. Number two, have you handled cases in court with regards to this? Tell us about them.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. You said you make a song, you do a video of a song, and you put it there. Doesn't mean you're the owner of it. That's where technology, IT, tech, comes in contact with the law. And that's where it gets to up the law. Let me give you an instance. For YouTube, you have the YouTube ID. If you're going to upload something on YouTube, YouTube gets your information, your details. So they document your information, your details. If you're under a label, there is a column or a space for you to identify, okay, I'm releasing this song under the supervision of a label. So the copyright and ownership and everything of the song could be, accredited to the label, depending on the kind of agreement or contract you have with the label. Now that is between you and the label. Do you get me? But for somebody like you who is an independent artist, that's why you still need somebody who is there to push you through these things, because they've already specified for you, okay, if you're doing this, if you're an independent artist, you register this way. If you're an artist in a record label, you register this way. Are you with me? Issue. There's a case. Let me try and remember. I can't really recall right now, but it's about, I think it has to do with 5-star music, about the ownership of a song, copyright of a song, broadcasting and non-broadcasting. You use this, you use that, you use this, you use that. So all of these things are very important for us to note. Even the DJs, I don't know if you saw a news some time ago where it was announced that if you're a DJ and you're not in a particular organization, you can't just go out there and just play any songs. If you're being caught, you'll pay fine. So some of those things, some of those bodies help to regulate these things and prevent the infringement of rights. So that's how it works.
All right, thank you very much, Oluwaseun. I have a whole lot of questions, but let's start with this one. In the music business, for those who are well familiar and have entertainment lawyers, you hear of mechanical rights, you hear of publishing rights, you even hear of royalties, split sheet. Let's stop there. Can you explain each of these? Mechanical rights, publishing rights, and split sheet.
Mechanical rights?
Yes.
Okay, so as a Nigerian artist or as an entertainer, you have a couple of rights. When you talk of publishing rights, your right to put out things out there in your name. Are you listening? Are you there?
Yes.
That autonomy as somebody who owns an idea, who has an idea to put out things in your name, in that particular name, and it belongs to you. Many of those things can be accredited to your name. So, like I said before, I was saying something about artists knowing their constitution as regards to artists knowing their right as regards to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, such as the provision of Section 39 that talks about the freedom of expression. Artists can express themselves in their song. After you publish your song, after publishing your song, you can express yourself in your song. Anything, you can say anything you like, as far as it is from you and all of that. And as far as it don't cause harm to somebody else, as far as it doesn't defame somebody else, as far as it doesn't, cause harm to anybody or the state. And also Section, I guess 40 or 44 that has to do with the right to own property. Intellectual property is one of those properties. Just as we know, we have two branches of property. We have the real property, we have the intellectual property. So we really need to know that it's very, 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 very important. And we should also know about the Cybercrime Act that has to do with protection of, protection of people against defamatory statements, and that's where it comes to regulate. That's where it comes to regulate things that you say in your song. So, like I said, as far as it doesn't cause harm to anybody, you have the freedom to express yourself.
All right, thank you very much, Oluwaseun. Let me ask the last question now. Let's say, for instance, I'm a music producer, and someone approaches me and says, okay, make this beat for me for a song. And I sell that piece of instrumental to that person. And later on in the future, he hears it from someone else, and he comes to me, and I said, oh, what you bought was the leasing right. You did not pay for the exclusive right. These two words have been thrown around so much that it has almost brought about confusion. What is exclusive right and what is leasing pertaining to the producer?
Okay. When I lease a beat to you, you still don't have an absolute right over that beat that I've given to you. There is a limit to what you can do with that beat or with that instrumental. Probably, this comes for a lot of reasons, probably depending on the type of agreement that you had, the contract that you made. There are some people that have not, that's why you've seen situations where artists haven't paid their producers in full. You hear stories like that. A lot of producers just sign on to take these things legally because, our institutional structure is kind of weak to implement these laws, When you have a leasing right, you're not fully, you don't have absolute right over that instrumental, over that work. But when you're giving exclusively, you can go ahead and publish this instrumental. You can even pass the instrumental on to somebody else at your own discretion. So that's how it works.
Last question: should it be stated? Must it be stated at the very beginning? Because sometimes you have cases whereby, the producer did not tell me, and the producer is like, hey, you're supposed to know that, you bought this beat at a very cheap or giveaway price, so you should know that this is not exclusive. Must it be stated at all times?
In the contract.
or verbally, or is it via document?
Okay, clarity is one of the attributes, major attributes of a contract. If you're going into a contract, the clauses must be as clear as a crystal. Must be as clear as a crystal. Ambiguity is one of those criteria for which a contract could be disregarded. So if the clauses are not clear, if you're giving me this beat exclusively, if I have exclusive right to this beat, you let me know. If I have a licensing, if I have only a listen right to this beat, you let me know. So clarity is one of those attributes of a contract. A contract that is ambiguous is as good as a substandard contract, in my opinion. So you have to let them know. If this is what you're doing with your artist, let your artist know. That's how it is.
All right. Thank you so much, Anointing Oluwaseun Ademoye. Now, we would like to have you again. Hopefully, the next time we are going to be having you, we'd like to have you physically in the studio so we can have a robust and exhaustive conversation on this, because this is quite a lot of things that musicians and creative artists go through outside. We want to say a very big thank you for joining us on the program today. Oluwaseun Ademoye is a Nigerian lawyer and musician dedicated to bridging the gap between creativity and legal protection, a graduate of law with expertise in intellectual property and entertainment law. Thank you so much. He also provides legal counsel to artists, producers, and record labels on issues ranging from contract negotiation to digital rights management. Thank you so much for your time. We look forward to having you again next time live in our studio.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're very much welcome. Yes, yeah, I like those exclusive rights and all those leasing right questions.
I got to know about it
sorts of
in my dealings, you know, because you had, these are some of the things, you know, it's quite sad that, like he said, that our laws do not really, it's not strong enough.
I think it's strong enough. People are not aware.
Yes, but certain laws are not fully interpreted well so that we understand. Abroad, it's well interpreted, so you know you're right. Once an artist approaches a producer, in advanced climes, it is your lawyers that will do the talking. You are not even going to do any talking. They're just going to go there and have a good time. Yeah, you guys are going to vibe and make beautiful music, and your lawyers will do all the jaw-dropping and every other thing.
Well, we promised to have this conversation next time. We're out of time. We need to go now. And my name is Oyempuriye Kurumale. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Soap News TV. Good afternoon to you.
It's been a pleasure staying with us Monday to Friday on Soap News Television. Join us again next week for another thrilling edition of Just Africa. I'm Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy your weekend.
Just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we were like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get a shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the other Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have, for whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty, and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. That J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy Love family name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay? Even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit tight. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, all the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like I showed I can do jute bags, It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could say that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look at it, like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And well, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close it. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there, when the Al-Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And what of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working or make life miserable. What I will advise even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept. No matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him. Let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is number one killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them was, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. We could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, we're going to do this. I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere else today because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually have the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD.
The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Omolafe, Soup News TV.
thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just do a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. You see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have the structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18, where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going in from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So If we could do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls and ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than they tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you're giving them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound. They're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about National Sports Institute, you go to Australia and other countries, and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. We don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
So who can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. It's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-actualization. What do I get from this? It's all about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You'll never. It's the bottom line. You never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. Then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand it? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand? So that's why cricket is picking up. You mean the National Sports Festival? Well, I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where did they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of the things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a good athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. It's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there, when we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on Sickness Television, where we bring you stories relating to business, economy and development. We are reaching from our studios here in Lagos. My name is Grace Komalafe. Before we go into details, let's bring you some of the headlines. Nigeria and Saudi Arabia trade volume surpasses $600 million, strengthening bilateral ties beyond commerce and business collaboration. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adegboyega Oyetola reaffirms Nigeria's push for International Maritime Organization Council seat to bolster global maritime rule. Botswana's economy contracts sharply as government revenue and foreign exchange earnings decline. Donald Trump signs executive order retaining TikTok operations in U.S. in a transaction valued at $14 billion. President Trump warns that matches in 2026 FIFA World Cup could be moved away from host cities he considers unsafe. Very thank you for you for joining us this afternoon, and we'll bring you the news in details. The trade volume between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia has surpassed $600 million, highlighting the growing economic operations between both nations. Saudi Arabia's charge d'affaires, Mr. Dad Fahad Al-Mari, disclosed this yesterday while stressing the steady expansion of bilateral relations across trade and investment. He noted that the rising figures reflect strengthened partnerships between the two countries, particularly in key economic sectors. Beyond commerce, Al-Mari said Riyadh and Abuja are deepening collaboration in other strategic areas, including joint efforts to combat drug trafficking and organized crime. According to him, the fight against transnational crime remains a shared priority as both governments seek to safeguard their societies while ensuring a secure environment for trade and investment to thrive. He further revealed that Saudi Arabia continues to surpass Nigeria through educational initiatives, with hundreds of Nigerian students benefiting from scholarships in Saudi universities. This, he added, from part of broader people-to-people tie that underpin the relationship, ensuring the benefit of cooperation extend beyond economics to human capital development. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will headline the second edition of the Sustainable Energy Forum, SEF, scheduled to take place in Abuja from September 28 to 30, 2025. The three-day forum will spotlight sustainable energy security as a cornerstone of Nigeria's economic transformation under the Renewed Hope agenda. The organizers said the gathering will convey policymakers, regulators, investors, and global partners to explore solutions for reliable and affordable access to clean energy. Discussions will cut across renewable energy adoption, oil and gas reforms, regional energy trade, and emerging clean technology innovations. The agenda also includes policy reviews of the Petroleum Industry Act, digital reforms, and strategies for unlocking climate finance opportunities. According to the forum's program, confirmed participants include representatives from the African Union, World Bank, United Nations, international oil companies, and development partners. Stakeholders are expected to use the platform to deepen collaboration, scale investments, and strengthen Nigeria's transition towards a diversified and sustainable energy future. Moving ahead, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has announced that all transactions at its revenue point will move to a fully contactless, cashless system beginning Monday, September 29, 2025. According to the authority, the policy will apply to access gates, car parks, FAN VIP services, and protocol lounges as part of efforts to modernize airport operations and enhance transparency. FAN explained that the rollout will commence at Murtala Mohammed International Airport, MMIA Lagos, and Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, before being extended to other airports across the country. It noted that the shift aligns with global best practices and reflects the federal government's push towards digitalization of payment systems across critical sectors. The announcement was made on Thursday through the statement released on FAN's official X account. The authority added that the transition would not only ease passenger experiences but also help plug revenue leakages, reduce handling of physical cash, and strengthen accountability in service delivery at Nigeria's busiest airports. Moving on, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, has reaffirmed Nigeria's determination to regain a seat in Category C of the International Maritime Organization IMO Council, describing it as a strategic step to strengthen the country's influence in global maritime governance. Speaking in Lagos on Thursday at the 2025 World Maritime Day celebration theme, Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, Oyetola noted that the bid would elevate Nigeria's role in shaping international maritime policies, and according to him, securing the council seat will not only enhance Nigeria's voice in global maritime decision-making, but also reinforce efforts to reposition the industry as a major driver of economic diversification beyond oil and gas. He said the nation's maritime sector holds vast potential to create jobs, boost trade, and stimulate inclusive growth if properly harnessed. Oyetola further stressed Nigeria's commitment to sustainable ocean management, modernizing port infrastructure, and strengthening international cooperation. He added that unlocking opportunities in the blue economy would be crucial to advancing national prosperity and contributing to global maritime development. Still in the news, Nigeria has broken a decade-long drought in oil sector investment, with billions of dollars in fresh commitments now flowing into the industry. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Heineken Lukbubiri, said the turnaround followed key reforms under President Bola Tinubu's administration, including the full implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act, subsidy removal, and downstream deregulation. He noted that the measures have restored investor confidence, reopened previously inactive oil blocks, and provided a globally competitive environment for energy players. Dr. Bire disclosed that the government has set targets to attract $30 billion in oil investment by 2027 and at least $60 billion by 2030. He added that the production level had already risen on the back of renewed interest as investors now see greater clarity, security, and predictability in Nigeria's oil and gas space. The minister stressed that the reforms also align with global climate commitment while ensuring fossil fuels remain central to financing Nigeria's energy transition. By positioning itself as a dependable regional hub, Nigeria hopes to consolidate oil recovery, expand jobs, and strengthen long-term energy security. The federal government has announced plans to integrate renewable energy solutions with veterinary reforms as part of effort to strengthen food security, livestock development, and rural health systems. The initiative, according to the government, will mark a new phase in addressing the interconnection between agriculture, animal health, and sustainable energy. It explained that the first step will involve the deployment of off-grid refrigeration system to ease the transportation and storage of vaccines. This official said is designed to bridge critical gaps in livestock management and rural health care by ensuring timely access to preserve medical and agricultural supplies. Beyond vaccine, the government stressed that the program would reduce post-harvest losses, enhance preservation of perishable produce, and improve healthcare delivery across rural communities. It added that adopting clean energy for these purposes not only guarantees efficiency, but also reinforces Nigeria's transition towards sustainability while building resilience in the food and agriculture value chain. The Fisheries Cooperative Federation of Nigeria Limited had disclosed that the country produced about 1.6 million tons of fish annually, far below the national demand of 3.6 million tons. This shortfall of 2 million tons, the group said, is met through costly imports, which continue to strain Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves. Speaking on the sector's challenges, Acting National President Mashi Gabriel Sani said the import dependence not only drained foreign earnings but also export jobs that could have been created locally. He noted that fish farmers across the country grapple with poor access to credit, high lending rates, and inadequate infrastructure, would limit productivity and competitiveness. Sani called for the creation of a dedicated fisheries and aquaculture development fund that would provide single-digit interest loans and targeted support to farmers. He stressed that such an initiative would help boost domestic fish production, reduce the country's reliance on import, and unlock opportunities for job creation and economic growth. You're watching the World News here on Suk News Television. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olawiye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards irresponsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged, and in some cases incentivized, to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Thank you for staying with us. Now bringing more stories. Botswana's economy contracted sharply in the second quarter, with output falling 5.3% year-on-year, the steepest drop since the COVID-19 pandemic. The decline highlights the economy's reliance on diamonds, which account for a significant share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings. Authorities noted that diversifying the economy remains essential to strengthening long-term resilience. Diamond production fell 43.1% in carats during the period, according to the National Statistics Agency. The slump was attributed to reduced operations by mining companies in response to weak global demand for luxury goods. Analysts believe that while international markets remain uncertain, Botswana could benefit from investing in value-added diamond processing and expanding other sectors such as tourism and agriculture. Despite the setback, policymakers see opportunities to reposition the economy for recovery. Plans to attract investment in renewable energy infrastructure and regional trade are expected to help cushion the impact of lower diamond revenues. Officials say these measures will create jobs, stimulate local enterprise, and provide a more stable base for future growth. Indonesia has introduced a new loan subsidy scheme to support small-scale property developers and homeowners, the finance minister announced this week. The program aims to encourage the construction and renovation of houses, aligning with President Prabowo Subianto's plan to deliver 3 million affordable homes annually. Officials say the initiative will help close the country's significant housing supply gap for its 280 million people. Under the scheme, the government will subsidize 5% of loan interest for developers for up to 5 years. Homeowners will also benefit, with the state covering between 5.5% and 10% of interest on loans up to 500 million rupiah, about $30,000, for building or renovating properties. Authorities expect this to ease financial pressures and stimulate growth in the housing sector. To back the program, the government has placed 200 trillion rupiah with state banks, marking the funds for lending to property projects. Policymakers believe the move will boost housing access, spur construction activity, and strengthen long-term economic development. And Taiwan is set to expand its presence in India's technology sector by aiming to double export of chips and electronics to the country within the next 5 to 7 years, according to James C.F. Huang, chairman of the Taiwan External Trade Development Council. He highlighted that India's smartphone export to the U.S. rose nearly 40% to $8.43 billion in the first 5 months of the fiscal year, creating the new growth opportunity. Taiwanese firms have invested about $5 billion in Indian manufacturing including an $11 billion semiconductor project between Parchip Semiconductor and Tata Electronics in Gujarat, backed by a $10 billion government incentive scheme. Apple supplier Foxconn also announced a $1.5 billion investment in India this year as it shifted more production from China. Huang said Taiwan-India trade tie remains strong, supported by India's vast domestic market and potential in electronics and manufacturing. Taiwan's export to India reached $10 billion in 2024, more than double the figure 5 years ago. Still in the news, Malaysia has requested the United States grant zero tariff rates on its export of furniture, automotive and aerospace products, a trade ministry official said on Friday. The move is aimed at expanding Malaysia's market access and supporting domestic industries with high export potential. Analysts believe such a deal could create thousands of new jobs in Malaysia's export sector. Washington is also considering tariff exemptions for Malaysian commodities not produced in the United States, such as cocoa and palm oil, with a decision expected next month. Officials say the exemptions would help reduce costs for U.S. buyers while strengthening Malaysia's position as a reliable global supplier. Industry leaders say the move could enhance Malaysia's competitiveness across global commodity market. The request follows recent U.S. tariff hikes, including 50% duties on imported kitchen cabinets and 30% on upholstered furniture. Malaysia and the U.S. are working towards a tariff agreement ahead of President Donald Trump's October visit to Kuala Lumpur for an Asian summit, with Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim saying a deal could reinforce economic ties and attract new investments. Economists suggest the agreement would boost bilateral trade and encourage long-term economic cooperation. Moving on, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called on American companies to invest in Pakistan's key economic sectors, highlighting opportunities in agriculture, technology, mining, and energy during a White House meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump. Sharif said greater U.S. participation in Pakistan's economy would accelerate development, create jobs, and strengthen bilateral trade. The meeting, also attended by Pakistan's Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir, marked a further sign of improving ties between the two countries after a period of strained relations under the previous U.S. administration. Trump raised both Sharif and Munir, telling reporters in the Oval Office that Pakistan's leadership was playing an important role in fostering stability and growth. The Prime Minister also expressed confidence that under Trump's leadership, the Pakistan-U.S. partnership would deepen to the mutual benefit of both nations. Pakistan's government has been actively seeking foreign investment to boost growth and address economic challenges, and officials noted that the U.S. president previously encouraged American companies to explore for oil in the country. The White House meeting was the first with a Pakistani civilian leader since Trump hosted 10 Prime Minister Imran Khan in 2017, signaling a renewed phase of cooperation. And now U.S. President Donald Trump said Thursday that South Korea and Japan would provide a combined $900 billion in investment for U.S. projects, with $350 billion from Seoul and $550 billion from Tokyo. He described the commitment as upfront, touting them as evidence of his tariff strategy's success. South Korean officials, however, clarified that the funds would be allocated gradually and tied to individual U.S. projects, not paid in a lump sum. They stressed that making such large investment at once could destabilize the economy and instead push for safeguards such as loans and commercially viable projects. Japan's deal, signed earlier this month, also states that its contributions will be made from time to time until 2029, with disbursement following U.S. project selections. Despite differences over timing, both Asian allies are moving forward with significant funding commitments that highlights deepening economic ties with Washington. Analysts say these investments reflect broader regional cooperation while balancing domestic economic considerations. I will move ahead to the next story. Soybean cultivation is expanding further into Brazil's Amazon, and rising global demand reshapes production and trade routes. Baggers now transport grain from remote terminal once surrounded by dense forest, while areas previously used for cattle or left untouched have been converted into soybean field. The expansion comes as Brazil reviews the Amazon soil moratorium, a key agreement that restricted planting on forested land. Farmers and exporters argue that easing restrictions could strengthen Brazil's position as the world's top soybean supplier, with demand growing in Asia, Europe, and beyond. Environmental groups warn that losing protections risk accelerating deforestation and biodiversity loss in one of the world's most vital ecosystems. Industry leaders, however, maintain that investment in infrastructure and sustainable practices could help Brazil increase output while keeping its climate commitment. It's still the World News here on Soup News Television. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay with us.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy, and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Soap News.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiecenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Thank you for joining us. Now, bring you the rest of the news. U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order approving a proposal that will allow TikTok to continue operating in the country in a transaction valued at $14 billion. The agreement announced Thursday comes after months of uncertainty over the future of the Chinese-owned app, which faced the threat of an outright ban on the U.S. national security laws. According to the order, TikTok's U.S. operations will be placed under a new joint venture company, with China's ByteDance holding less than a 20% stake. The move satisfied Washington's requirement that ByteDance divests its control of the platform, a condition rooted in concerns about data security and Beijing's potential influence. Vice President J.D. Vance described the deal as a win for both American investors and TikTok's 170 million U.S. users. The agreement still requires approval from Chinese regulators who have previously resisted U.S. pressure on ByteDance. If cleared, the deal could resolve one of the most contentious technology disputes between Washington and Beijing, while preserving a social media app that has become central to U.S. digital culture. Britain will introduce a compulsory digital ID system for citizens and residents starting new jobs, aiming to enhance security and modernize recruitment processes. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the initiative would help ensure fair employment while making it harder for illegal work to thrive. A digital ID designed to be stored on mobile phones will become a standard part of hiring checks, and it's set to be fully rolled out by the end of the current parliament in 2029. Beyond employment, the government envisioned the ID as a gateway to improve access to essential services. Over time, it will be used for childcare, welfare, and tax records, reducing paperwork and streamlining public service delivery. Supporters believe the scheme will bring efficiency and innovation to everyday interactions between citizens, businesses, and government. While critics voice concerns over civil liberties, the government highlights the potential long-term benefits. Officials stress that digital IDs can strengthen broader control, safeguard opportunities for law-abiding citizens, and support a more modern, connected society. Britain said on Friday it is pressing the United States for a more favorable outcome on pharmaceutical tariffs after President Donald Trump announced a 100% levy on branded and patented drugs unless manufacturers establish production facilities in the U.S. starting October 1. Trump did not clarify whether the new tariffs would be applied on top of existing duties. A UK government spokesperson said officials have been engaged in Washington to safeguard industry interests, stressing that pharmaceuticals are critical to Britain's economy. London's earlier trade deal with the U.S. in May included commitment to seek preferential treatment for drug makers, and ministers remain focused on securing benefits for firms such as AstraZeneca and GlaxoSmithKline, which already have operations in America. While Trump has urged European nations to pay more for the U.S. medicines, Britain is aiming to ensure its companies retain fair access to the U.S. markets. Officials highlighted that ongoing negotiations will be key to protecting investment, jobs, and the broader healthcare sector. And away from that story, natural gas producers in Western Canada are cutting back output after an unprecedented supply glut pushed prices into negative territory this week. Spot prices at Alberta Energy Company storage hub averaged minus 5% per million British thermal units on Thursday, having plunged to a record low of minus 18 cents earlier in the week. The slump reflects an oversupplied market weighed down by weak storage capacity and seasonal demand fluctuations. Data from LSEG shows that AECO benchmark has averaged just $1.3 per MMBTU so far in 2025, underscoring the scale of the collapse. Analysts said the negative pricing highlights structural challenges in Canada's gas sector, where infrastructure bottlenecks and limited export options continue to strain producers. To stabilize the market, some operators have begun curbing production, hoping that lower supply will rebalance inventories ahead of winter. However, the court also underlined the vulnerability of Canadian producers so global energy shifts, especially as U.S. and LNG export markets increasingly dictate pricing power. Away from that, the U.S. President Donald Trump has warned that matches at the 2026 FIFA World Cup could be moved away from host cities he considers unsafe. The United States is set to host 78 of the 104 fixtures, including the final, with 11 American cities already scheduled to stage games. The tournament, which will also be co-hosted by Canada and Mexico, is the first to feature 48 teams. FIFA remains the official organizer and holds sole authority over host city allocations. Any changes at this stage would present significant logistical hurdles, including venue readiness, ticketing, and broadcasting arrangements. While it is unclear whether Trump has the legal power to enforce venue changes, his position as chair of the U.S. World Cup Task Force and his close ties with FIFA President Gianni Infantino add weight to his comments. Trump's remarks have already stirred debate about the balance between security concerns and global sport and logistics. With less than a year to kick off, stakeholders will be watching closely to see if his warning translates into real adjustment. And lastly, on the news, Liverpool have closed 145,000 tickets accounts over the past 2 years in an unprecedented crackdown on touting. BBC Sport has revealed. The Premier League champions also imposed a record of 1,114 lifetime bans last season after uncovering widespread manipulation of ticketing software. In the last 12 months alone, 500 people were denied entry to Anfield after being caught using burner phones, a tactic deployed by touts to avoid detection. The measures followed mounting evidence of an industrial-scale black market in Premier League tickets exposed by a BBC investigation last week. The probe highlighted how resellers deploy bot software and fake identities to purchase hundreds of tickets, which are then resold at inflated price. This practice has left many genuine supporters struggling to access games through official channels such as membership ballots or exchanges. Reselling football tickets without authorization is illegal in the UK, yet many platforms continue to operate abroad, making enforcement difficult. Liverpool insists the clampdown is designed to protect loyal fans, safeguard fair access, and uphold the integrity of their matchday experience. And that's the news. We say many thanks for watching. Before we go, here is a recap of the story. Nigeria and Saudi Arabia trade volume surpasses $600 million, strengthened bilateral ties beyond commerce and business collaboration. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adegboyega Oyetola reaffirms Nigeria's push for International Maritime Organization Council seat to bolster global maritime role. Botswana's economy contracts sharply as government revenue and foreign exchange earnings decline. Donald Trump signs executive order retaining TikTok operations in the U.S. in a transaction valued at $14 billion. And President Trump warns that matches in 2026 FIFA World Cup could be moved away from host cities he considers unsafe. Many thanks for watching. That's the news this afternoon. Do follow us via social media platforms at Souk News TV for more information. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do have a great afternoon.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end. from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina, you have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify their comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Customs let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so, the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the state internal revenue service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the internal revenue service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seeing himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of the Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they are even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance, and there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing a revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect, but they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that had been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. they base their economy on taxation. But then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, "This is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen." So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot at the firing squad because of misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished, you may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for barterable goods and services and non-barterable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on barterable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services, and when you stop production, you sack your employees, and then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the child card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or whatever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Previous. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jack up.
It has been jack up.
The depression has been jack up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on VAT. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences, and they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. Well, all these have been put aside. It's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and SEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL Fund, even before transferring everything to NEL Fund, NEL Fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED Fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELFO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. how will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this prohibition too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then null fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them are encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that person, that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that is even proud to say that about 90%